Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I've been an inspector for the Bellwood Housing Authority for 17 years now. The job is predictable, reviewing blueprints, checking fire code compliance, documenting violations. But what happened at the Westlake Apartments last October still haunts me in those quiet moments before sleep claims my consciousness. The light was fading when I arrived that evening, casting long shadows across the brick facade of the building. A chill autumn breeze rustled through the few remaining leaves clinging to the courtyard trees. The property manager, Ms. Winters, met me in the lobby, a slender woman with tired eyes and a ring of keys that clinked softly as she walked. "We need to finish the East Wing inspection today," she said, her voice almost a whisper in the cavernous entryway. "The renovation permits expire next week." I followed her through corridors where the carpet had been worn thin by countless footsteps. The building smelled of old paint and the lingering scent of someone's dinner, garlic and something else I couldn't quite identify. Our footsteps echoed against the walls as we made our way to the 5th floor. "This floor has been vacant for almost 2 months now," Ms. Winters explained, sliding a master key into the elevator panel. "We've been renovating unit by unit." I nodded, opening my tablet to review the blueprints I'd studied earlier that day. The Westlake was built in 1964, a simple rectangular structure with 8 units per floor, 4 on each side of a central hallway. Nothing particularly distinctive or challenging from an inspection standpoint. The elevator doors opened with a soft chime. The hallway before us was dim. Several of the ceiling fixtures had been removed for the renovation. Ms. Winters flicked a switch, and the remaining lights flickered reluctantly to life. "We've cleared units 501 through 507, she said, gesturing to our left. "Just 508 left to inspect, then we can submit for the final approval." I frowned, consulting my tablet again. According to the plans, there should only be units 501 through 504 on the East Wing. The West Wing would have 505 through 508. Ms. Winters paused, her brow furrowed. "That's strange. I've always understood that we have 8 units on this floor, 4 in each wing." "Let's verify the numbering," I suggested, walking toward the first door. It was clearly marked 501. We continued down the hallway, 502, 503, 504, all as expected. Then the hallway turned, revealing the West Wing, and we found 505, 506, 507. But there was something else. At the very end of the corridor, partially obscured by shadows, was another door. A door that, according to my blueprints, shouldn't exist. "What's that?" I asked, my voice unexpectedly tight. Ms. Winters looked as confused as I felt. "That must be 508, she said, though uncertainty had crept into her voice. I checked the blueprints again, zooming in on the West Wing layout. There's no unit shown here. The plans clearly indicate a solid wall at the end of this corridor. We approached the door slowly. Unlike the others, this one had no peephole, no apartment number, just a standard deadbolt lock and a tarnished brass handle. Ms. Winters flipped through her ring of keys, frowning. "I don't understand. I've never noticed anything unusual about this floor before." The key she selected slid into the lock with surprising ease. The door swung open noiselessly, revealing darkness beyond. She fumbled for a light switch on the wall inside. When the lights came on, we both stood frozen in the doorway. It was a fully furnished apartment, a small living room with a burgundy sofa, a coffee table with magazines neatly arranged, a bookshelf filled with volumes, a small kitchen area with clean countertops. It looked lived in, recently lived in. There was no dust, no signs of abandonment. "This isn't possible," Ms. Winters whispered. "This unit isn't in our system. No one is paying rent for this space." I stepped inside, my inspection instincts taking over despite the strangeness of the situation. The room was eerily quiet, no hum of a refrigerator, no ticking clock, yet the air didn't feel stale. Someone had been here recently. Then I noticed the photographs. They were everywhere, on the walls, on the side tables, on the refrigerator door, dozens of them, and they all showed the same woman, Ms. Winters. Ms. Winters entering the building, Ms. Winters collecting her mail, Ms. Winters in the parking garage, Ms. Winters sitting alone at a cafe across the street. Some appeared to be taken from a distance, others from unnervingly close proximity. But the most disturbing aspect wasn't just their existence, it was Ms. Winters' reaction. "I never posed for these," she whispered, her face draining of color. "I never even saw anyone taking pictures of me." I moved deeper into the apartment, professional caution warring with morbid curiosity. The kitchen cabinets contained dishes, glasses, canned goods. The refrigerator was running despite Ms. Winters' claim that this unit wasn't receiving utilities. Inside, I found neatly packaged meals, a carton of milk, a bowl of fresh fruit. Someone was living here, someone who was watching Ms. Winters. In the bedroom, the obsession became even more apparent. More photographs covered the walls, Ms. Winters at different times of day, in different weather, in different clothes. A detailed calendar on the desk noted her schedule, her habits, when she arrived at work, when she left, which days she brought lunch and which days she went out. "We need to call the police," I said quietly, already reaching for my phone. Ms. Winters nodded numbly, still staring at the photographic shrine to her unwitting daily life. As I dialed, I noticed something on the bedside table, a security badge for Westlake Maintenance Services. The photo showed a man I'd seen earlier that day, pushing a cleaning cart in the lobby. He had greeted us with a nod and a half-smile as we passed. The police arrived within 20 minutes. They documented everything, took our statements, collected fingerprints. They found no personal identification in the apartment, no mail, no bills, nothing with a name, just the security badge and the photographs. They located the maintenance worker 3 days later in another state. He had worked at Westlake for 11 months, always keeping to himself, always professional and unobtrusive, the perfect observer. In his signed confession, he admitted to creating the hidden apartment during the renovation, carefully altering the building's electrical and plumbing systems to accommodate his secret space. He had become fixated on Ms. Winters during his first week of employment. What haunts me still isn't just the elaborate deception or the disturbing surveillance. It's the fact that I had reviewed the blueprints of that building 7 times over the past year. I had inspected every floor, every corridor, yet somehow I never noticed the inconsistency that the physical building contained space for 9 units on the 5th floor, while the plans showed only 8. Sometimes I lie awake at night wondering what else I might have missed over the years. What other spaces might exist, hidden in plain sight, in the buildings I've certified as safe and compliant. What other eyes might be watching from rooms that were never meant to exist. And I wonder about the doors in my own apartment building, if all of them laid where they're supposed to laid, or if somewhere, behind an unremarkable door at the end of a hallway, Someone else is collecting photographs of a life they observe but do not participate in. The maintenance worker is in prison now. The hidden apartment has been demolished, the walls rebuilt according to the original plans. Ms. Winters has moved to another city, another job. But I carry a measuring tape with me now, counting steps and calculating distances, making sure that the spaces I move through add up to what they should be, no more, no less. Because once you've discovered one room that wasn't supposed to exist, you never fully trust the architecture of your world again. Story 2, I still remember the first call that came through on a Tuesday evening in late October. The rain was tapping gently against my office window, creating a soothing rhythm that almost made me forget the stack of case files on my desk. The precinct was quiet at this hour. Most detectives had gone home, leaving behind the soft hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional distant ring of a phone. When Detective Morgan placed the tape recorder on my desk, I could see the concern etched across her face. Her fingers lingered on the device for a moment before she pressed play. "This is the 4th call she's received," Morgan said softly, her voice barely rising above the sound of the rain. "Listen carefully." The recording began with static, then silence, before a woman's voice emerged, trembling, desperate. "Please help me, I know you're there. He's in the house again tonight. I can hear him moving through the rooms downstairs. The police don't believe me. Please, you have to help me." I leaned forward, my coffee forgotten. There was something peculiar about the voice, something I couldn't quite place. Detective Morgan watched my reaction carefully. "Play it again," I requested, closing my eyes this time to focus solely on the audio. The same message repeated, the same desperate play. When the recording ended, Morgan clicked off the tape recorder and waited. "Who is she?" I asked. "That's the thing, Detective Reynolds," Morgan replied, her fingers drumming lightly on the manila folder beside the recorder. "According to Elaine Winters, the woman who received these calls, the voice on the tape is her own." The case file of Elaine Winters sat open before me now, the overhead light casting a soft glow on her photograph. 34 years old, lived alone in a Victorian house on Maple Street, worked as a voiceover artist for commercials and audiobooks. No history of mental illness, no enemies that she knew of. A normal life disrupted by these calls that had begun 3 weeks ago. I drove to Elaine's house the next morning. The neighborhood was quiet, tree-lined streets with houses set back from the road. Her home stood apart from the others, an old Victorian with a wide porch and large windows that seemed to watch the street. As I approached the front door, I noticed the security camera recently installed above it, its red light blinking steadily. Elaine Winters opened the door before I could knock. Dark circles under her eyes suggested many sleepless nights, but she carried herself with composure. She led me into a living room filled with books and vintage furniture. The house was silent except for the ticking of an antique clock on the mantel. "I know how it sounds," she said, sitting across from me in a worn leather armchair. "I thought I was losing my mind at first, but it's my voice, exactly my voice, saying things I've never said." She played me the recordings she'd made of the calls. The similarities were undeniable. The same timbre, the same distinctive way of pronouncing certain words. If I hadn't known better, I would have sworn Elaine was having a conversation with herself. "What's strange," she continued, her fingers tracing the edge of her teacup, "is that the caller knows things about my house. Things a stranger couldn't know." "Like what?" I asked, notebook open on my knee. The creaking third step on the staircase, the window in the guest bedroom that never fully closes, the way the back door sticks when it rains. She paused, looking down at her hands, and she mentioned my mother's blue vase, the one that sits on my bedside table. No one would know about that unless they'd been in my bedroom. I made arrangements to have a trace put on her phone. The technician installed the equipment with careful precision, explaining that the next call would be recorded and tracked. Elaine nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. The calls had been coming from different numbers, all disconnected when we tried to call back. 3 days passed without incident. I checked in with Elaine daily, noting how the tension was slowly unwinding from her shoulders. Perhaps the caller had given up, sensing the police involvement. Then on the fourth night, my phone rang at 2:17 a.m. She called again. Elaine's real voice trembled through the line, but this time she described what I was wearing right now in my bedroom. I drove through the deserted streets, the occasional streetlight casting long shadows across my dashboard. When I arrived at Elaine's house, every light was on. She met me at the door, still in her nightgown, a cardigan pulled tightly around her. The trace had worked. The call had originated from a cell phone registered to a Robert Winters. Elaine's color drained when I mentioned the name. "That's impossible," she whispered. "Robert was my husband. He died in a car accident 2 years ago." We found no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been in the house. The security camera footage showed nothing unusual, just Elaine's house, still and quiet under the moonlight. The calls continued, becoming more specific, more intimate. The voice that was Elaine's but not Elaine's began to recount memories, a trip to the coast, an argument over dinner, a whispered conversation in the dark. Memories that Elaine confirmed were real, shared only with her late husband. The break in the case came unexpectedly, through a comment made by Elaine herself. "Before the accident," she said one evening as we reviewed the latest recording, "I had been recording an audiobook, a thriller about a woman being stalked by someone who knew her every move. I looked up from my notes. What was the title?" "The Echo Chamber," she replied. "I never finished it. After Robert died, I couldn't bring myself to continue." A search of Robert's belongings, still boxed in Elaine's attic, revealed a laptop. On it, we found audio files, dozens of them. Recordings of Elaine's voice work, edited, spliced together to form new sentences, new conversations. The quality was remarkable, the transitions seamless. And there was something else, a program running in the background, accessing Elaine's home security system. The cameras she had installed for protection had become windows through which someone was watching her. The IP address led us to a small apartment across town. When we entered, the place was empty except for computer equipment and photographs of Elaine at the grocery store, walking to her car, standing in her kitchen. The tenant had paid 6 months' rent in advance and used the name Thomas Winters. Robert Winters had no brothers, no male relatives named Thomas. The driver's license found in the apartment belonged to a man who had reported his identity stolen 3 months earlier. The fingerprints in the apartment matched none in our database. We installed officers outside Elaine's home, changed her phone number, strengthened her security system. The calls stopped. For 2 weeks, silence. I was about to close the case when Elaine called me, her voice calm in a way that sent chills through me. "He's in the house," she said softly. "I can hear him breathing." By the time we arrived, the house was empty. On Elaine's bedside table, next to her mother's blue vase, was a voice recorder. When I pressed play, I heard Elaine's voice, but not Elaine's words. "Did you really think it would be that easy to find me? I've been with her all along, in her voice, in her memories. And now I'm in your case, detective. I'm in your head. When your phone rings tonight, listen carefully. The voice you hear might be your own." The case of Elaine Winters remains officially open. She moved away, changed her name, disappeared into a new life somewhere I don't know. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the rain taps against my window, I think about her voice, speaking words she never said, telling stories she never wrote. And sometimes, when my phone rings and there's nothing but silence on the other end, I find myself listening for echoes of my own voice coming back to me. Story 3. I remember the first time I drove past the Harlow mansion. It was early autumn, that particular time when the golden light of late afternoon stretches shadows across the landscape like elongated fingers. The house stood at the end of a winding gravel road, partially obscured by ancient oak trees whose branches seemed to cradle the structure in a protective embrace. Something about it called to me, a whisper so faint I wasn't sure if I'd heard it or merely felt it. That was before I knew what the locals called it, the house that drew people in. I was investigating a series of disappearances for a podcast series. Nothing sensational, just methodical documentary work, piecing together stories of people who had vanished without explanation. Over 18 months, 7 individuals had gone missing in this small town of Millfield. 7 people with nothing in common except that they had all disappeared without a trace. The manila folder on my passenger seat contained their photographs. Eliza Carrington, 24, a graduate student in architecture who had been documenting historic buildings in the area. Marcus Weber, 37, a divorced father of 2 who worked as an insurance adjuster. Darren Holtz, 19, a local community college student known for urban exploration. Sophia Mendez, 42, a real estate agent. Benjamin Wheeler, 56, a wildlife photographer. Natalie Cooper, 31, a nurse. And finally Thomas Green, 28, a freelance writer working on a book about abandoned places. The police reports were frustratingly similar. In each case, the person had last been seen going about their normal activities. Their vehicles were found parked in various locations around town. Their phones had gone dead. Their bank accounts remained untouched. They had simply disappeared. I pulled my car to the shoulder of the road and studied the house through my windshield. The late afternoon sun caught the dusty windows, making them gleam like tired eyes. 3 stories of weathered Victorian architecture stood against the darkening sky, its ornate features softened by decades of neglect. The wraparound porch sagged slightly on the eastern side, like a person bearing weight on one hip. The property had been abandoned for nearly 20 years, ever since the death of its last owner, Eleanor Harlow, a reclusive widow who had outlived her husband by nearly 4 decades. According to county records, the house had passed to a distant relative who never claimed it, leaving it to slowly decay in legal limbo. I reached for my digital recorder and pressed the button, speaking softly into the microphone. The Harlow mansion sits approximately 3 miles outside of town limits. The property appears overgrown but not completely wild. Someone has been maintaining it at some minimal level. And that was true. While the garden had long surrendered to chaos, the driveway remained surprisingly navigable, clear of the fallen branches one might expect after years of abandonment. The steps leading to the front door were swept clean of leaves. These small inconsistencies disturbed me more than outright disrepair would have. I switched off the recorder and reached for my phone to take a photograph. As I did, a text message appeared on the screen from Detective Laurel Simmons, my primary contact at the Millfield Police Department. Found something, meet me at the station, 4 p.m. The station was a small brick building downtown, its interior lit by fluorescent lights that cast everything in a clinical glow. Detective Simmons sat at her desk, a stack of files beside her computer. She was in her late 40s, with silver-streaked hair pulled back into a tight ponytail and the weary eyes of someone who had seen too much. "What do you know about the Harlow Mansion?" she asked without preamble. I settled into the chair across from her. Just what I've read in the public records. Built in 1887 by Jacob Harlow, a lumber baron, passed down through generations until Eleanor Harlow died in 2005. No heirs stepped forward to claim it. She nodded slowly, then pushed a folder toward me. 2 days ago, we got an anonymous call about trespassers at the property. When officers went to investigate, they found this. I opened the folder. Inside were photographs of a room, what appeared to be a study or library. The walls were lined with bookshelves, but what caught my attention was a large table in the center of the room. On it were neatly arranged personal belongings, wallets, keys, watches, phones, cameras, notebooks. 7 sets of belongings, Simmons said quietly, each labeled with a name. I felt a chill run through me as I looked at the photographs, the missing persons. She nodded. All 7, Eliza Carrington's student ID, Marcus Weber's wallet complete with his kids' photos, Darren Holtz's camera, Sophia Mendez's real estate license, Benjamin Wheeler's glasses, Natalie Cooper's nursing badge, Thomas Green's laptop. "But no bodies?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "No bodies," she confirmed, "just their belongings arranged like exhibits in a museum." I studied the photographs more carefully. Each collection of items was meticulously arranged on a square of dark velvet cloth. Beside each display was a small card with a name and date, the date each person had disappeared. "There's something else," Simmons said, her voice tight. "The house has been without electricity for years, but when our officers entered, motion-activated security cameras turned on. They only discovered this when they received a text message as they were leaving." She slid her phone across the desk. On the screen was a message from an unknown number. "Thank you for your visit. Your attention is appreciated." The message came with this attachment, she continued, opening an image file. It was a photograph of the 2 officers standing in the doorway of the study, looking at the displayed belongings. The image quality was surprisingly good, clear enough to see the expressions of confusion and concern on their faces. "Someone's been watching," I murmured, "but who, and why collect these items?" Simmons leaned back in her chair. "That's what we're trying to figure out. We've obtained a warrant to search the entire property, but I wanted to talk to you first because of your research into the disappearances." "Did you find any connection between the victims and the house?" I asked. "Nothing concrete," she replied, "but we did find something interesting in their online search histories. All 7 of them had searched for information about the Harlow Mansion in the days before they disappeared. Eliza was researching it for her architectural studies. Marcus had been assigned to evaluate the property for insurance purposes. Darren had posted on an urban exploration forum about wanting to photograph the interior. Sophia was looking into whether it might be available for sale. Benjamin wanted to photograph the gardens. Natalie had been researching the history of the Harlow family for a genealogy project, and Thomas, well, abandoned places were his specialty. So they all had reasons to visit the house, I said slowly. But why would their belongings end up displayed like that, and where are they? Simmons shook her head. I don't know, but I think whoever has been maintaining that property knows. The search of the Harlow mansion began the next morning. I watched from behind the police tape as officers in protective gear entered the building. Hours passed. The autumn sun climbed higher in the sky, then began its descent. Officers came and went, carrying evidence bags and speaking in low voices. Finally, Detective Simmons approached me. Her face was drawn. "We found something in the basement," she said. "A door that had been hidden behind a false wall. It leads to a series of tunnels beneath the property." "Tunnels," I echoed. Apparently, Jacob Harlow had them built during Prohibition. They're extensive, branching out in multiple directions, some leading beyond the property boundaries. She paused. "We found footprints in the dust, recent ones, multiple sets." "The missing persons," I suggested. "Possibly we're bringing in more resources tomorrow to explore the tunnels fully, but there's something else." She hesitated. "In one of the bedrooms we found a journal. It appears to have belonged to Eleanor Harlow. The last entries are disturbing." That evening I sat in my hotel room, transcribing the photocopied pages of Eleanor Harlow's journal that Simmons had reluctantly shared with me. November 17, 2004, the house is speaking to me again. Not in words, but in sensations, a pulling, a yearning. It wants something. It has always wanted something since Jacob brought home those artifacts from his expedition to South America. I've tried to understand what it needs, but after all these years, I still don't know. I only know that sometimes when people come here, the house responds to them. It draws them in deeper. Some it releases, others it keeps. December 3, 2004, I dreamed of the tunnels again. In my dream, they weren't just passages beneath the house, they were veins pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm. The house was alive, breathing, and it was hungry. January 9, 2005, I know what I must do now. The house cannot be destroyed. I've tried before, and those who came to demolish it either left in terror or never left at all. It cannot be abandoned, for it will only draw others in. So I will become its keeper, its guardian. I will learn its patterns, understand its hunger, and perhaps in time I can teach it restraint. Eleanor Harlow had died 3 weeks after writing that final entry. According to the medical examiner's report, she had suffered a stroke while alone in the house. Her body wasn't discovered until a mail carrier noticed weeks of uncollected mail. I closed the journal copies and rubbed my tired eyes. What had Eleanor meant by artifacts from South America, and what did she mean by the house keeping some people? My phone buzzed with a text from Simmons. Search resuming at 7 a.m. tomorrow. They found something in the tunnels. I arrived at the Harlow property just before dawn. The scene was dramatically different from the day before. Additional vehicles filled the driveway, an ambulance, a coroner's van, a mobile command unit. The house loomed in the gray morning light, its windows like dark, watchful eyes. Detective Simmons met me at the police tape, her face grave. "We found a chamber at the end of one of the tunnels," she said quietly. "There were remains." My heart sank. The missing persons. She shook her head. "No, these remains are much older, decades old at least, and there are more than 7, many more." "How many?" I asked, dreading the answer. "At least 30, preliminary count. The chamber appears to have been some kind of collection. The bodies were preserved, positioned in seated arrangements around the walls, like they were waiting for something." I struggled to process this information and the recent missing persons. No sign of them yet, but we found fresh footprints leading deeper into the tunnel system. And something else, carved into the wall of the chamber, was a symbol that matches an artifact found in Alina Harlow's bedroom. A small stone idol, apparently South American in origin, according to our initial assessment. I remembered the journal entry, since Jacob brought home those artifacts from his expedition to South America. You think there's a connection between this artifact and the disappearances? I asked. I don't know what to think anymore, Simmons admitted, but I know that house has been drawing people in for a very long time. As we stood there in the pale morning light, watching officers come and go from the house, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I glanced down at the screen. It was a text from an unknown number. They are not missing. They are home. And attached was a photograph of the 7 missing persons, seated in a circle in what appeared to be a stone chamber, their faces serene, their eyes closed, as if they were merely sleeping. Or waiting. I looked up at the house, at its windows reflecting the rising sun, and for a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw something move behind the glass. A shadow shifting, watching. And despite the growing warmth of the morning, I felt cold. The Harlow mansion stands at the end of a winding gravel road, partially obscured by ancient oak trees. Even now, with police tape surrounding it and officers guarding its perimeter, something about it calls to those who pass by, a whisper so faint you're not sure if you've heard it or merely felt it. The house that draws people in. The house that keeps them. Story 4, it was the kind of photograph that immediately draws your eye when you enter a room. A sprawling mountain landscape bathed in golden hour light, perfectly framed and hanging on Eliza's living room wall. I remember the first time I saw it during our initial interview, how the shadows seemed to dance across the valley as clouds drifted overhead. A beautiful piece, certainly, but at the time just a backdrop to a troubling mystery. My name is Detective Morgan Reeves. I've worked cold cases for 15 years in this small coastal town where everyone knows everyone, or at least thinks they do. When Eliza Harmon's neighbor reported her missing after 3 days without contact, it seemed routine. Middle-aged women occasionally take impromptu trips, disconnect from daily life, but something in her apartment told a different story. The photograph was a gift, her sister Claire told me, her fingers wrapped around a mug of tea that had long gone cold. From Thomas, I think, an old friend from college who dabbled in photography. She spoke with the measured cadence of someone trying to hold themselves together, each word carefully chosen. I nodded, making a note in my small, leather-bound notebook. The soft scratch of my pen against paper filled the silence between us. My partner, Detective Wells, was examining the apartment with methodical precision, the quiet rustle of evidence bags and the occasional creak of floorboards marking his progress through the rooms. "When did you last speak with your sister?" I asked, keeping my voice low and even. The afternoon sun slanted through half-drawn blinds, casting alternating bands of light and shadow across the coffee table between us. "Tuesday last week. We had plans for Sunday brunch." Claire's voice caught slightly. She never showed up. I visited Eliza's apartment every day that week, hoping something would reveal itself, a clue, a sign, anything that might lead us to her whereabouts. Each time I found myself drawn to that photograph. Perhaps it was the quality of light captured within it, or simply my mind seeking distraction from a case rapidly growing cold. By the 3rd day, I noticed something peculiar. A small structure, what appeared to be a cabin, visible on the distant hillside that I hadn't registered before. I approached the photograph, studying it closely. The frame was cool beneath my fingertips as I leaned in, squinting to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks. "Did you notice this before?" I asked Officer Jenkins, who was cataloging items from Eliza's desk. He joined me, peering at the photograph. "Notice what?" "This structure here," I pointed to the cabin. "Was this present in your initial documentation of the apartment?" Jenkins frowned, consulting his tablet. "I don't recall, but the photos should show it if it was." Later that evening, comparing the evidence photographs taken on day one with what now hung on the wall, I confirmed my suspicion. The cabin hadn't been there before. Either the photograph had been switched, or something far more unsettling was occurring. By day 5, a face had appeared in one of the photograph's windows, distant and blurry, but unmistakably human. The lab confirmed no tampering with the frame. The photograph itself seemed to be changing. Science offered no explanations, leaving only uncomfortable alternatives. "Thomas Preston," my partner announced on day 6, placing a file before me. "The friend who gave Eliza the photograph. He's been missing for 3 years." The room felt suddenly colder as I flipped through the file. Thomas had disappeared while hiking in mountains that looked remarkably similar to those in the photograph. No body was ever found. Day 7 brought the most disturbing change, a silhouette of a man standing at the edge of the forest in the photograph. Distant but clearly distinguishable. Something about his posture suggested he was looking directly at the viewer. "We need to find out where this landscape is," I told my captain, voice barely above a whisper despite us being alone in her office. The heating system hummed softly in the background as she considered my request. "You believe the photograph is somehow connected to her disappearance?" Her tone remained professional, but her raised eyebrow conveyed skepticism. "I believe it's our only lead," I replied, maintaining steady eye contact. That afternoon, a landscape specialist identified the location, a remote area in the Blue Ridge Mountains, about 4 hours' drive from town. As I prepared to leave, I took one final look at the photograph. The silhouette had moved closer. The drive was long and quiet, my thoughts accompanied only by the steady rhythm of tires against asphalt and the occasional patter of rain against the windshield. The mountains emerged from the mist like sentinels, growing larger with each passing mile. Something about their silhouette against the gray sky matched the photograph perfectly, yet filled me with unease. I found the exact vantage point just before dusk, a small clearing overlooking the valley. The cabin stood exactly where it had appeared in the photograph, weathered wood darkened by recent rainfall. No lights shone from within. The floorboards creaked beneath my careful steps as I entered, gun drawn more for comfort than protection against whatever was happening here. The air inside was heavy with dust and the peculiar stillness of places long abandoned. In the main room, hanging on the wall, was another photograph, identical to Eliza's. In this one, Eliza herself stood in the foreground, looking directly at the viewer with an expression I couldn't quite decipher, and behind her, partially obscured by shadow, was Thomas Preston. On the table beneath it lay a camera that looked decades old, its leather casing cracked with age. Next to it sat a stack of photographs, dozens of faces I didn't recognize, and some I knew from missing persons files that had crossed my desk over the years. As daylight faded, bringing deep blue shadows across the cabin floor, I noticed movement in the photograph, subtle at first, then unmistakable. Eliza's image was turning, as if to look at something behind her. Thomas's figure seemed to be extending a hand toward her shoulder. I reached for the photograph, my fingers brushing against its glossy surface. The room around me grew colder, the shadows deeper. For just a moment, I felt a strange pulling sensation, as if the photograph was drawing me in, its two-dimensional surface somehow gaining depth. I recoiled, backing away until I hit the opposite wall. My breathing came in short, visible puffs in the suddenly frigid air. The photograph remained static again, but now both figures, Eliza and Thomas, were looking directly at me. Outside, darkness had fallen completely. I left everything as I had found it and retreated to my car, calling for backup with hands that wouldn't stop trembling. When the forensic team arrived the next morning, the cabin stood empty. No photographs on the walls, no ancient camera, no evidence anyone had been there for years. They looked at me with concern and confusion as I insisted on searching every corner. We never found Eliza Harmon. The case remains open, a thin folder in my filing cabinet that I still review on quiet nights when sleep eludes me. The photograph in her apartment returned to its original state, just mountains and golden light, no cabins or figures to be seen. But sometimes, when I look at it from certain angles, I catch a glimpse of something in the distant trees, the outline of two people walking away, hand in hand, deeper into the landscape. And lately I've noticed another change beginning to form, a third figure, faint but gradually becoming clearer. It looks remarkably like me. Story 5. I remember the first time I drove down that long gravel driveway, oak trees forming a natural tunnel overhead, their branches meeting like fingers intertwined in prayer. The crunch of stone beneath my tires provided a steady rhythm, almost like a heartbeat growing stronger as I approached the Mercer farmhouse. It was late September, when Vermont paints itself in amber and crimson, but something about this particular property seemed caught between seasons, trapped in some liminal space where time moved differently. My name is Dr. Alina Walsh, and I document unusual cases for the New England Historical Society. This one began as a routine investigation into claims of historical anomalies, but evolved into something I still struggle to categorize. Even now, months later, I find myself awake at night, wondering if what I witnessed was genuine or merely the power of suggestion working on minds already primed for the extraordinary. The Keller family, Marcus, Sheila, and their teenage daughter Abigail, had purchased the property 6 months earlier. Built in 1887, the farmhouse had stood abandoned for nearly 2 decades before they arrived with dreams of restoration and new beginnings. A classic American story, until it wasn't. I parked my car beside their modest SUV and sit for a moment, observing the house. 3 stories of weathered clapboard the color of dried bone, with a wraparound porch that sags slightly on the eastern side. Original windows, wavy with age, reflect the afternoon light in distorted patterns across the lawn. Nothing overtly unusual, just the weight of years pressing down on sturdy, if tired, architecture. Sheila Keller meets me at the door. Her handshake is firm, but her fingers are cold despite the mild autumn day. She's younger than I expected, maybe mid-30s, with careful eyes that seem to catalog my reactions. As she leads me inside, I notice she walks with deliberate steps, as though testing the floorboards before committing her weight. "We've documented everything," she says, her voice hushed even though we're alone in the house. "Marcus is at work, Abby's at school. I thought it might be better this way, fewer distractions." The interior smells of fresh paint and old wood, that peculiar combination of new intentions layered over ancient foundations. Sheila guides me to the dining room where dozens of photographs are arranged across a heavy oak table. In the center sits a leather-bound journal, its pages marked with colored tabs. It started during the renovation, she explains, pulling out a chair for me. Marcus was removing the old wainscoting in the upstairs hallway. That's when we found the first message. She slides a photograph toward me. The image shows a section of exposed wall, the paper and plaster stripped away to reveal the original wooden studs. And there, carved into one beam, is a message: Emma needs help. October 12, 1892. We thought it was interesting, a little piece of history, Sheila continues, her finger tracing the edge of the photograph without touching it. Marcus even joked about helping Emma, whoever she was. The next photograph shows the same section of wall, but the message is different. Emma is gone. He took her to the Willow Grove. October 14, 1892. I look up, meeting Sheila's steady gaze. These are two different carvings. No, she whispers, the same carving, photographed 2 days apart. It changed. A subtle chill moves through the room, like a draft finding its way through invisible cracks. I've investigated dozens of historical oddities over the years, mistaken identities, forged documents, exaggerated family legends, but never anything involving physical transformations. We thought we were losing our minds, Sheila continues, methodically laying out more photographs. So we started documenting everything, dating every photograph, having both of us verify what we were seeing. The evidence builds like a slow tide, messages appearing on wooden beams throughout the house, always in the same delicate handwriting. Names, dates, fragments of stories. And then, most disturbing of all, the changes, words rearranging themselves, narratives shifting slightly, as though history itself was being actively rewritten. Thomas returns tonight, must hide the silver. November 3, 1892. 2 days later, Thomas found the silver, says I stole from him. He didn't recognize me. November 5, 1892. And then Thomas doesn't exist, never did. The silver is where it belongs. November 8, 1892. I run my fingers along the edge of the table, grounding myself in its solid reality. Has anyone else witnessed these changes? A contractor, perhaps, a friend. Sheila shakes her head. We stopped having people over. The contractors finished the essential work months ago. It's just been us watching the house edit itself. She opens the journal, revealing careful entries in 3 distinct handwritings, Sheila's neat cursive, her husband's blocky print, and their daughter's rounded letters. Each entry is dated, timed, and signed. Each describes the same phenomena from different perspectives. Abby was the one who noticed the pattern, Sheila says, turning to a page marked with a blue tab. The changes always occur when no one is watching, never when we're standing there observing, and they seem to respond to us somehow. She shows me an entry from 3 weeks ago, after Abigail had expressed curiosity about a name that appeared repeatedly. Catherine, the next message mentioned her directly. Catherine watches the girl with familiar eyes. The resemblance is unmistakable. The afternoon light shifts as clouds move across the sun, casting the room in momentary shadow. In that brief dimness, I feel watched not by Sheila, but by something embedded in the walls themselves, something patient and aware. We research the property history, Sheila continues, seemingly unaffected by the changing light. The original owners were the Mercer family, Thomas and Emma Mercer. They had a daughter named Catherine who disappeared in 1893. The case was never solved. I flipped through the journal, scanning entries describing messages that appeared, changed, and sometimes vanished entirely. Some mentioned mundane details of 19th century life. Others hinted at darker undercurrents, financial troubles, marital discord, unexplained absences. "What do you think is happening here, Dr. Walsh?" Sheila asks, her voice steady despite the impossible question. I consider my response carefully. In my line of work, there's usually a rational explanation, hoaxes, misunderstandings, the mind's remarkable ability to see patterns where none exist. But the methodical documentation before me defies easy dismissal. "I'd like to stay overnight," I say finally, "to observe the house myself." Sheila nods as though she expected this. "The spare room is prepared. Marcus will be home around 6. Abby has questions for you. She's been researching psychometry and liminal spaces." That night, after a quiet dinner of shepherd's pie and careful conversation, I sit alone in the upstairs hallway. The house settles around me with subtle sounds, the tick of cooling pipes, the almost imperceptible shift of old timber adjusting to temperature changes. My digital recorder sits beside me, its red light a small beacon in the dimness. The wainscoting has been replaced, but Sheila showed me which sections conceal the messages. I find myself staring at the wall, wondering what might be forming behind the fresh paint and new wood. Is Emma still trying to communicate? Is Catherine watching me with familiar eyes? Around midnight, Marcus brings me a cup of tea. He's a practical man, an accountant who deals in certainties, yet he moves through this house with the cautious respect of someone in a place of worship. "I was a skeptic," he says quietly, settling onto the floor across from me. "I thought there had to be a logical explanation, someone playing an elaborate trick, maybe even Abby, though she swore she wasn't involved." "What changed your mind?" I ask, accepting the steaming mug. "The specificity," he replies after a thoughtful pause. "The messages mention things we couldn't have known, people who actually lived here, verified through town records," and he hesitates. "The way they seem to respond to our conversations, our thoughts sometimes, as though the house is listening." After he leaves, I continue my vigil, fighting against the heaviness of my eyelids, the lulling sounds of an old house at rest. Despite my determination, sleep finds me around 3 a.m., still propped against the hallway wall. I wake with a start at 6:17 a.m. according to my watch. The hall is bathed in the gray light of early morning. Something feels different, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as though the air itself has changed composition. Moving carefully, I pry loose the section of wainscoting Marcus had shown me, designed to be removable for their ongoing documentation. The exposed beam bears a fresh message, the carving edges light in color, unweathered by time. She returns to document our stories. "Be careful what you share, Emma. Not all histories should be preserved." My hands tremble slightly as I photograph the message, check the timestamp, and replace the wainscoting. I've been in this field for 15 years. I've debunked dozens of hauntings, explained away countless historical anomalies. But as I sit in that dawnlit hallway, I acknowledge a simple truth. This house knows I'm here. Over the next 3 days, I witness 4 changes in various messages throughout the house. Each transformation occurs when the area is unobserved, each responding in some oblique way to conversations held within the house's walls. I record everything with scientific precision, fighting against the growing certainty that what I'm documenting defies scientific explanation. On my final morning, as I pack my equipment, Abigail knocks on the guest room door. At 16, she carries herself with the peculiar mixture of confidence and uncertainty unique to teenagers navigating an adult world. But there's something else in her bearing, a watchfulness beyond her years. "Did you figure it out," she asks, leaning against the doorframe, "what the house wants?" I zip my bag before answering. "I'm not sure it wants anything, Abby. At least not in the way we understand wanting. But it's trying to tell us something," she insists. "About Catherine, about what happened to her. I think," she lowers her voice, though we're alone on the second floor, "I think the house is trying to get the story right, like it keeps remembering things differently." Her insight strikes me as profoundly possible. Not a haunting in the traditional sense, but something more complex, a place somehow imprinted with fragmentary memories, continually revising itself toward some elusive truth. As I drive away from the Mercer farmhouse, the gravel crunching beneath my tires in that same rhythmic pattern, I glance in my rearview mirror. The structure stands solid against the autumn sky, giving no outward sign of its impossible interior dialogue. In my trunk are copies of all the Keller's documentation, plus my own recordings and photographs. I don't know what my final report will conclude. The evidence is compelling, but defies conventional explanation. Perhaps that's fitting for a house that seems to be still working out its own history, still deciding what stories to tell about the people who once lived and died within its walls. The Kellers continue to live there, documenting each new message, each revision of the past. They've become custodians of an ongoing narrative they don't fully understand. Sometimes I wonder if the house chose them specifically, a family with the patience and curiosity to serve as its audience. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I wonder if somewhere in an old Vermont farmhouse, a new message is being carved into ancient wood. The historian came and left. She carries our stories now. But which version will she believe? Story 6. The mailbox creaked open with that familiar metallic sigh. It was Wednesday afternoon, that quiet time when the neighborhood settles into a lull between the morning rush and evening return. I remember the weight of the mail in my hand, bills mostly, their rectangular shapes promising nothing but obligations, and then something different. An envelope of heavy cream-colored paper, sealed with black wax that had cracked slightly at the edges. No return address. Just my name written in flowing script that seemed to dance across the surface, each letter perfectly formed as if drawn rather than written. I stood there on my porch, feeling the slight breeze that always comes through the oak trees this time of year. The sensation of something off settled over me like a thin layer of dust. In 15 years of investigating unusual cases, I've learned to trust that feeling. Back inside, I placed the envelope on my kitchen counter, that granite surface I'd chosen specifically because it reminded me of my grandmother's house. The envelope seemed to absorb the afternoon light rather than reflect it. I made coffee first, a ritual I've maintained since my days at the bureau. The gentle gurgle of the machine filled the kitchen as I studied the envelope without touching it again. When the coffee was ready, I sat down and carefully broke the seal. The wax crumbled beneath my fingers, leaving tiny black flecks on the counter. Inside was a single sheet of the same heavy paper, folded precisely into thirds. "Dear Rebecca," it began, and already my pulse quickened slightly. My name, again in that perfect handwriting. "You've changed the arrangement of your bookshelf recently. The mystery novels used to be on the second shelf, but now they're on the third, just below your collection of true crime. You've been sleeping on the left side of your bed instead of the right since March. The blue mug with the chip on the handle is your favorite, though you only use it when you're alone." I paused, my coffee forgotten. These weren't guesses or vague statements that could apply to anyone. These were precise observations about my private life, my home, my habits. Things no one would know unless they'd been watching me intimately for months. The loose floorboard in your hallway, the one that creaks when you step on it at night, it reminds you of your childhood home. Sometimes you step on it deliberately just to feel that connection to the past. My mouth went dry. I had never told anyone about that, not a single soul. You fear being forgotten more than you fear death. You keep the letters from your father in the carved wooden box beneath your bed, though you haven't read them in years. You know them by heart. The letter continued, describing the layout of my home with perfect accuracy, the exact shade of blue I'd painted my bathroom last summer, the small crack in my living room window that I'd been meaning to fix, the way I arranged my shoes by the door. And then at the end, a signature that made my blood run cold. Sincerely, Rebecca Winters. My name, my handwriting, or an impossibly perfect imitation of it. I placed the letter down carefully, as if it might burn my fingers. Outside, the afternoon light had shifted, casting longer shadows across my kitchen floor. I've investigated stalking cases before. I've helped track down individuals who became obsessed with others, who collected information and created elaborate fantasies. But this was different. This wasn't just someone who had been watching me. This was someone who knew things that couldn't be observed from outside my windows or by following me to work. Someone who knew my thoughts, my fears, my private moments of nostalgia. I reached for my phone and then hesitated. Who would I call? What would I say? I received a letter from myself. Even in my line of work, where the unusual becomes routine, this defied explanation. Instead, I did what investigators do. I examined the evidence methodically. The paper was expensive, cotton fiber, the kind used for formal invitations or legal documents. The black wax seal bore no insignia or mark. The postmark was from my own city, dated just 2 days ago. I scanned the letter looking for clues, for anything that might reveal the author's true identity. The handwriting was flawless, each loop and curve identical to my own. I took out an old journal and compared them side by side. The resemblance was uncanny, down to the slight upward tilt at the end of each sentence. That evening I didn't turn on any lights as darkness fell. I sat in my living room, watching the street through a gap in the curtains. The neighborhood settled into its nighttime routine, porch lights clicking on, dogs being walked one last time before bed, the occasional car passing slowly. I didn't sleep that night. How could I, knowing that someone out there knew me so intimately? Someone who could reproduce my handwriting with such precision that I almost believed I had written the letter myself in some forgotten moment. The next morning, exhausted but alert with that strange clarity that comes from a sleepless night, I drove to the post office. The clerk behind the counter, Harold, who had worked there for decades, greeted me by name. "Rebecca, haven't seen you in a while. Everything okay? You look tired." "I'm fine, Harold, just wondering if you remember a letter that would have been sent to me earlier this week. Cream-colored envelope, black wax seal." Harold's brow furrowed. "Black wax, that's unusual these days, let me think." He tapped his fingers on the counter. "No, can't say I remember anything like that coming through. But Marjorie was working the front counter Monday and Tuesday. I can ask her when she comes in tomorrow." I thanked him and left, feeling the weight of eyes following me. In the car, I checked my rearview mirror more often than necessary. When I arrived home, another envelope waited in my mailbox. identical to the first. Same paper, same black wax seal, same perfect handwriting. Inside was a single sentence. I know you went to the post office this morning, Rebecca. My hands trembled slightly as I folded the paper and slipped it back into its envelope. Whoever was doing this wasn't just watching my home, they were following me. That afternoon, I installed new locks in a security system. The technician was efficient, explaining the features as he worked, but I barely heard him. My mind was busy cataloging everyone who had access to my personal information, who might know my routines, who might have seen samples of my handwriting. The list was longer than I expected. Colleagues, friends, neighbors, service providers, clients from cases I'd worked on. I'd been an investigator for too long not to have made enemies, but this felt personal in a way that transcended professional grudges. 3 days passed without another letter. I began to breathe easier, to sleep in short intervals. Maybe whoever it was had grown bored or afraid of the new security measures. Then on the 4th day, I found an envelope on my pillow when I returned home from work. No postmark this time, no way it could have been delivered through conventional means. Someone had been inside my home, past the new locks and security system, while I was away. With shaking hands, I opened it. You're looking in the wrong places, Rebecca. You've always been so careful about watching others, you've forgotten to watch yourself. And below that, a photograph, me sitting at my kitchen table, opening the first letter. The angle was impossible. It could only have been taken from inside my home, from a vantage point where no camera existed. At the bottom of the page, another signature, my name in my handwriting. I sank onto the edge of my bed, the letter still clutched in my hand. There was no forced entry, no evidence of anyone in my home, just this letter, this photograph, this impossibility. That night I went through every inch of my house. I checked for hidden cameras, for signs that someone had been living in my attic or basement, for any explanation that would make sense. I found nothing. In the days that followed, I stopped going to work. I barely slept. I watched and waited, knowing another letter would come, dreading what it might reveal. And it did come 1 week later. I found it in my coat pocket, a coat I hadn't worn in days. I'm closer than you think, Rebecca. I've always been here. Look harder. I did look harder. I looked until my eyes burned and my head ached. I questioned my neighbors, installed more cameras, hired a private security firm to sweep my home for surveillance devices. Nothing. The letters continued to appear, in my car, in books I hadn't opened in years, once even in my refrigerator, carefully placed between a carton of milk and a container of leftover pasta. Each one signed with my name, each one in my handwriting, each one revealing something about me that no one else could possibly know. I've been an investigator for 15 years. I've solved cases that others considered impossible. I've tracked people who didn't want to be found, uncovered secrets buried beneath layers of lies. But this case, my case, remains unsolved. The last letter arrived yesterday. I found it in my bathroom mirror, tucked into the frame. Just 3 words this time. I am you. I don't know what that means. I don't know who is watching me, who knows me better than I know myself. I don't know how they enter my home without a trace, how they reproduce my handwriting with such perfection, how they know things I've never shared with another soul. But I do know this, I will find them. It's what I do. It's who I am. even if in some impossible way I'm searching for myself. Story 7, she had never lived in a house before, but as she walked through its darkened hallways, she began remembering events that had never happened. Conversations, laughter, arguments, memories of a life she had never lived. I remember the first time I heard about the McAllister case. It was early autumn, the kind where fallen leaves stick to your shoes and the afternoon light slants golden through half-bare branches. I was sitting at my desk in the small corner office I'd occupied for 15 years at the county sheriff's department, reviewing cold case files as raindrops traced lazy patterns down my window. The manila folder wasn't particularly thick, no blood-spattered photographs, no lengthy forensic reports, just a missing persons report filed 3 years prior, a few follow-up interviews, and then nothing. Cases like this usually collected dust in our archives, waiting for someone to care enough to look again. Amelia McAllister, 34, had disappeared from her newly purchased home at 1421 Wicker Lane. According to her sister, who filed the report, Amelia had been acting strangely in the weeks before her disappearance. She'd call late at night, whispering about memories that weren't hers, about conversations she could recall having in rooms she'd never been in. "The house is showing me things," she told her sister during their last phone call. "I think something happened here, something no one is supposed to remember." There was something about the stillness of those words on the report that made me pause. I'd seen my share of disappearances over 23 years in law enforcement. Most had logical explanations. People ran from debts, from relationships, from themselves, but this was different. This wasn't running away. This felt like being pulled somewhere. I remember driving out to Wicker Lane that same afternoon. The rain had settled into a fine mist that surrounded the 2-story Victorian like a shroud. The property had sold twice since Amelia's disappearance, but currently sat empty, a foreclosure sign tilting in the overgrown front yard. The neighbor across the street, an elderly woman named Margaret Winters, invited me in for coffee when she saw my badge. Her living room smelled of potpourri and old books. She watched me through wire-rimmed glasses as I took notes, her arthritic fingers wrapped around a faded blue mug. "They all noticed it," she said softly. "Not just Amelia. Every family that's lived there since the Blackwoods built it in 1954. They start remembering things that never happened to them." I asked her what she meant, and she leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice as if sharing a confidence. "The young couple who lived there before Amelia, the Nelsons, they only lasted 6 months. He started talking about a workshop in the basement where he fixed watches. Said he could remember the smell of oil, the feel of tiny gears between his fingers, but there was no workshop. The man had never fixed a watch in his life, worked in insurance." I remember feeling a subtle shift in the air as I wrote this down, the scratch of my pen against paper unnaturally loud in the quiet room. "And before them," Margaret continued, "the Harrises. Their teenage daughter started having nightmares about hiding in the attic. Said she could hear heavy footsteps on the stairs, someone coming to find her. When they checked, they found scratches on the inside of the attic door, old scratches. I drove back to the station with the windshield wipers creating a hypnotic rhythm, almost but not quite matching my heartbeat. The sky had darkened early, and streetlights reflected off the wet pavement, creating islands of amber in the growing gloom. In the following days, I spoke with Amelia's sister, Claire. We sat in a coffee shop downtown, her hands fidgeting with a paper napkin, tearing it into smaller and smaller pieces as she spoke. "Amelia was always sensitive," she said. Even as kids, she would know things she shouldn't, but this was different. She'd call me talking about playing piano in the front room, but she never played piano, about arguing with someone named Robert in the kitchen, about watching a child fall down the stairs. Claire stopped tearing the napkin and looked up at me, her eyes rimmed with exhaustion. The worst part is I started believing her because she wasn't making it up. She remembered these things. They were real to her. I didn't tell Claire that I'd already requested the property records for 1421 Wicker Lane, that I'd discovered a Robert and a Leaner Blackwood had been the original owners, that according to a small article in the local newspaper from October 1957, their 6-year-old son had died in a fall down the stairs. I didn't tell her that I'd gone back to the house alone yesterday evening, that I'd found the back door unlocked, though I was certain no one had been there in months. I didn't tell her how I'd stood in the empty living room, dust particles dancing in the beam of my flashlight, and felt a strange double vision come over me, the bare room in front of me, and somehow simultaneously the same room furnished with a wingback chair, a record player, framed photographs I couldn't quite make out. I remember the coldness that settled in my chest as I climbed the stairs, running my fingers along the banister. I remember pausing at the top, listening to the silence of the house. It wasn't an empty silence. It felt expectant, as if the house was waiting for something. 2 weeks later, after hours spent in newspaper archives and county records, I found myself sitting across from Dr. Leaner Blackwood, now 93 and living in a care facility 30 miles outside of town. Her hands were still, her eyes cloudy with cataracts, but her mind was surprisingly sharp. My husband was a psychological researcher, she told me, her voice thin but steady. After we lost our son, he became obsessed with memory, with finding a way to preserve it, to make it tangible. I remember the chill that ran through me as she explained Robert's experiments, how he believed that intense emotions could imprint themselves on physical spaces, how he had developed compounds that he believed could enhance this process, chemicals that he had injected into the walls, the floorboards, the very foundation of their home. He said we could keep Timothy alive that way, she whispered. Keep our memories of him so strong that they would never fade. But it wasn't just Timothy's memories that stayed, it was everything. Every argument, every moment of love or fear or despair. The house, it absorbed them all. What Leaner said next has stayed with me through the years that followed. The house doesn't just hold memories, she said. It shares them. It wants people to remember. I went back to 1421 Wicker Lane one last time after speaking with Leaner. The foreclosure sign was gone, and a sold banner hung across the real estate sign in the front yard. Standing on the sidewalk, looking up at those darkened windows, I had the unsettling feeling that the house was looking back at me. I never did find Amelia McAllister. Her case remains open, one of many that I couldn't solve before retirement. But sometimes in the space between wakefulness and sleep, I think about her walking through those rooms, accumulating memories that weren't hers. And I wonder which of her memories the house has kept. Which pieces of her life are now being remembered by strangers who have never met her, who walk through hallways where she once stood, suddenly recalling the taste of her favorite tea or the sound of her laughter echoing against walls that never forget. I wonder too about the young family that moved in last month, if they've started remembering yet, if they've felt the weight of decades of others' lives pressing into their minds, if they've begun to question which memories are truly their own. Because the house is still there, still standing, still remembering, still waiting for someone to listen. And somewhere perhaps Amelia is still walking its halls, collecting memories that never belonged to her, becoming part of a story that has no end. Story 8. I still remember the weight of that porcelain doll in my hands when I first picked it up from Larson's Antiques on Maple Street. Its face, frozen in a perpetual half-smile, caught the late afternoon light just so, making its glass eyes shimmer with what I now recognize was a promise that nothing would ever be the same again. No history to speak of, Mr. Larson had assured me with that casual wave of his hand, dust particles dancing in the beam of sunlight between us. Just came in with an estate collection last month, Victorian era, excellent condition. The shop had that distinct scent of old wood and forgotten memories, a smell that clings to places where objects outlive their owners. As I carried the doll to the counter, the floorboards creaked beneath my feet as if the building itself was sighing. $160, he said, carefully wrapping her in acid-free tissue paper, a fair price for such craftsmanship. I paid without hesitation. I had been searching for the perfect addition to my collection for months, and something about this doll's delicate features and hand-painted lips spoke to me. Her dress, an intricate affair of faded blue silk with lace trimmings, rustled slightly as she was placed in the box. It wasn't until 3 nights later, as I was adjusting her position on my bedroom shelf, that I noticed something peculiar. A small corner of paper, no larger than a postage stamp, peeked out from beneath the carefully stitched hem of her dress. With gentle fingers I extracted what turned out to be a neatly folded note. The paper was modern, not aged like the doll, and the handwriting unfamiliar yet somehow precise. I unfolded it slowly, the paper making a soft sound in the quiet of my room. You still haven't forgiven yourself for what happened to Sarah in the summer of 1998. My breath caught, my hands trembled slightly as I read the words again, then again. Sarah, my childhood best friend, the swimming hole, the argument, the ambulance, the weeks of silence that followed, a secret I had never shared with anyone, not my parents, not my therapist, not even my ex-husband during our most intimate confessions. I looked up at the doll, its glass eyes reflecting nothing but the warm glow of my bedside lamp. Surely this was some bizarre coincidence. Perhaps a previous owner had hidden notes in the doll, and by pure chance one happened to mention a Sarah and a year that aligned with my own memories. I searched the doll thoroughly, my fingers inspecting every seam and fold of the antique fabric. Nothing else, just that single note. I didn't sleep well that night. The doll sat on my shelf, its shadow stretching across my ceiling whenever cars passed by outside, their headlights briefly illuminating my room. The next evening I returned home from work. I'm a research librarian at the county archives and went straight to my bedroom. The doll sat exactly where I had left it, perfectly still as dolls should be, yet something felt different. I approached it slowly, almost hesitantly, and lifted it from the shelf. There, tucked into the sleeve this time, was another folded note. You've never told anyone about the real reason you left Denver, about the letter you found in Richard's desk. The room seemed to tilt slightly. Richard, my ex-husband, the letter from his colleague detailing their affair, the quiet way I had packed my bags while he was at a conference, leaving nothing but divorce papers on the kitchen table, another secret I had kept locked away, telling friends and family only that we had grown apart. My fingers felt numb as I placed the doll back on the shelf. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at it, trying to make sense of what was happening. There had to be a reasonable explanation. Had someone been in my house? Was this some elaborate prank? I called Larson's Antiques the next morning, but Mr. Larson insisted he knew nothing about the doll beyond what he had told me. An estate sale, he repeated. The owner had passed away, no family to speak of. Do you have any record of who owned it before? I pressed. Just a name and address, he said after a pause. A Ms. Alina Winters over on Greentree Lane, passed away at 92, no children. I thanked him and hung up, then immediately searched for Alina Winters online. The obituary was brief, a long life, no survivors, donations to the local animal shelter in lieu of flowers, nothing that connected her to me or my secrets. That night I deliberately placed the doll in my living room, facing away from anything personal. I even set up my phone to record any movement, convinced now that someone must be entering my home. The video showed nothing, not a single disturbance all night, and yet when I checked the doll in the morning, there was another note tucked into the sash around her waist. You still have the key to the storage unit in Oak Ridge, where you keep everything that reminds you of your brother. My brother David lost to addiction 10 years ago. The storage unit where I kept his letters, photographs, the guitar he loved so much, all the things I couldn't bear to look at but couldn't bring myself to throw away. Another piece of myself I had shared with no one. I sat down on my couch, the doll in my lap, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air seeping through my windows. How could this be happening? How could this inanimate object know things about me that I had never spoken aloud? Over the next several days, the notes continued to appear. Each one contained something private, something buried, sometimes trivial, sometimes devastating. The childhood nickname only my father had used, the time I had taken credit for a colleague's research, the real reason I never learned to swim after Sarah's accident. I began to document everything, taking photographs of each note before storing them in a manila envelope. I stopped going to work, calling in sick day after day as I tried to solve this impossible puzzle. I examined the doll for hidden cameras, for recording devices, for anything that might explain how my deepest secrets were manifesting as handwritten notes. On the 9th night, I made a decision. I would stay awake all night, watching the doll, never taking my eyes off it. I positioned myself in an armchair across from where I had placed it on my coffee table. The living room was dimly lit by a single lamp. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of settling wood and the distant hum of the refrigerator. Hours passed, my eyes grew heavy, but I forced them to stay open, fixed on the doll's painted face. Nothing happened, no movement, no rustling of fabric, no mysterious appearance of paper. At some point in those early morning hours, as the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky outside my windows, my eyelids betrayed me. I dozed off, perhaps for only minutes, perhaps longer. When I jerked awake, there it was, a folded note, now resting directly in front of the doll. You're afraid that if you ever truly let someone know you, they would leave, just like everyone else has. My hands shook as I picked up the note. This wasn't just a secret, it was the secret, the one that lived at the core of everything I did, everything I was. The reason for the careful walls I had built around myself, the strategic sharing of only what felt safe. I looked at the doll, its glass eyes reflecting the gray morning light. "Who are you?" I whispered, feeling foolish even as the words left my lips. "What do you want from me?" No answer came, of course, just that same fixed half-smile, those same gleaming eyes. That afternoon, I called 3 different friends. I invited them over for dinner, something I rarely did. When they arrived, I served wine and asked them questions, real questions about their lives, their fears, their secrets. And when they asked about me, I found myself telling them things I had never shared before. Not everything, not the deepest parts, but more than I ever had. The next morning, I found the doll exactly where I had left it. No note appeared that day, nor the next. On the third day, curious and slightly apprehensive, I checked every fold and seam of the doll's clothing. There, tucked into the collar of her dress, was a final note. Now you understand that your secrets don't define you. It's what you choose to share that matters. I've since researched everything I could about Alina Winters, the doll's previous owner. I've spoken with her neighbors, her caretakers in the final years of her life. I've learned that she was once a psychiatrist, specializing in trauma and trust. I've discovered that she too had secrets, a life marked by both accomplishment and isolation. What I haven't discovered is how the doll knew what it knew, or whether Alina had experienced something similar. The notes have stopped appearing now, though I sometimes find myself checking just to be sure. I keep the doll on my shelf, not as a trophy or a curiosity, but as a reminder. A reminder that our secrets hold power only as long as we let them remain hidden in the dark. I've started writing my own notes now, not to hide away, but to share with those I'm learning to trust. Sometimes, when the evening light hits just right, I swear the doll's smile seems a little wider, a little more knowing. But that, like so many things, might just be a trick of the shadows, or perhaps another secret waiting to be revealed. Story 9. I remember the way the snow silenced everything that winter. The kind of silence that feels like a physical presence when you're alone in a remote cabin. I was called to investigate what happened to Eliza Mercer after she had rented a small wooden retreat in the Adirondacks. What began as a simple weekend getaway had transformed into something that would haunt the local sheriff's department for months. The cabin stood alone at the end of an unpaved road, surrounded by towering pines that creaked under the weight of fresh snow. It was February, and the temperature had been hovering around 20 degrees for weeks. As I pulled up to the property, the first thing I noticed were the footprints. Multiple sets, some leading toward the cabin, others away, none of them following any logical pattern. Inside, the cabin was just as Eliza had left it, a half-empty mug of tea on the kitchen counter, cold to the touch, her suitcase neatly packed, sitting by the door as if she had been preparing to leave, but she never checked out and she never returned to her apartment in the city. The reservation had been for Friday through Sunday. It was now Tuesday. She called on Sunday morning, Sheriff Collins told me as we stood in the small living room, his breath visible in the unheated space. Said she'd found footprints in the snow each morning of her stay. Thought maybe it was wildlife at first, but they were clearly human. I moved toward the bedroom where the story took its most disturbing turn. A trail of dried mud led from the back door across the wooden floor, straight to the queen-sized bed with its now rumpled quilt. The mud had dried in perfect footprint impressions. Whoever had made them had stood there, motionless, right beside where Eliza would have been sleeping. The last call we got from her was Sunday afternoon, Collins continued, his voice low as if someone might overhear us in this isolated place. She said she was packing up early, something about finding the footprints inside. By the doorway, she said, but by the time we sent someone to check on her that evening, we found this. The footprints by her bed, her car still in the driveway, her phone on the nightstand, but no Eliza. I knelt down to examine the dried mud more closely. The impressions were deep, suggesting someone who had stood in place for quite some time, not passing through, but watching. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the unheated cabin. "Have you questioned the property owners?" I asked, taking photographs of each footprint. "Elderly couple from Syracuse. They've owned this place for 30 years, rented out through one of those vacation websites now. They haven't been up here in months." I spent that first day documenting everything about the cabin. The locks on the doors were intact, no signs of forced entry. The windows were all secured from the inside, yet somehow someone had entered not once, but apparently on multiple occasions. As daylight began to fade, I decided to check the perimeter before leaving. The snow around the cabin told a strange story. There were indeed numerous footprints, some partially filled in by newer snowfall, suggesting they'd been made on different days. They came from the woods to the north, approached various windows of the cabin, and then either retreated back to the trees or circled to another vantage point. But the most unsettling discovery came when I followed one set that led away from the cabin into the dense pine forest. About 50 yards in, the footprint simply stopped. Not as if the person had turned around or stepped onto a different path, they just ended, as if whoever had made them had suddenly vanished or been lifted into the air. I requested permission to stay the night in the cabin. If our intruder had established a pattern, perhaps they would return. Sheriff Collins was hesitant but agreed, leaving 2 deputies parked at the end of the access road, just a radio call away. Night in the cabin was an exercise in hyper-awareness. Every creak of the settling structure, every whisper of wind through the pines outside sounded like footsteps approaching. I positioned myself in the living room, lights off, with a clear view of both the front and back entrances. Around 2 a.m., the motion sensor light outside the back door activated. Through the window, I could see fresh snow falling, illuminated in the sudden brightness. And there, at the edge of the light's reach, was a figure, just standing, watching the cabin, perfectly still. I radioed the deputies and moved toward the back door, weapon drawn. The figure didn't retreat or advance, just stood there, a dark silhouette against the snow. When I looked away to check the door lock and back again, the figure was gone. The motion light still blazed, but there was no one there anymore. By the time the deputies arrived, there were fresh footprints in the new snow, leading from the tree line to directly below the bedroom window and then back into the forest. We followed them with flashlights, but just like the ones I'd found earlier, these tracks also vanished abruptly about 50 yards into the trees. The next morning I began interviewing locals. Had there been any similar reports, any transients or strangers noted in the area? The answers were vague until I spoke with an older man at the general store 5 miles down the main road. "That cabin," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "it sits on what used to be the old Hargrove property." The name meant nothing to me, but the way he said it carried weight. "There was a caretaker there back in the 70s, he continued. Fellow named Ellis who looked after the main house before it burned down. They never rebuilt, just sold the land off in parcels. Ellis disappeared the same winter as the fire. Some say he died in it, but they never found a body." Over the next few days, I pieced together more of the story. Ellis Tanner had been a solitary man, devoted to the Hargrove estate. When the family decided to sell, something in him reportedly changed. Locals described him becoming increasingly reclusive, sometimes seen walking the property line at odd hours, as if patrolling a boundary only he could see. The investigation into Eliza's disappearance continued, but days turned into weeks with no sign of her. The forensic team found no fingerprints other than her own in the cabin. The footprints yielded no usable evidence. The mud had come from the forest floor, common throughout the region. It was nearly a month later when a hiker found Eliza's jacket, caught on a branch 2 miles from the cabin. A subsequent search revealed her hiking boots, perfectly placed side by side near the base of an ancient pine tree, as if she had carefully removed them and walked away barefoot. But despite an extensive search operation, that was all we ever found. I returned to the cabin periodically, drawn by the unsolved nature of the case. Each time I find the same thing, fresh footprints in the snow or mud, depending on the season. Always the same size, always the same pattern. Leading from the forest, circling the cabin, sometimes stopping at windows or doors. Sometimes I imagine I can see him out there at night, Ellis Tanner, still patrolling what he considers his property, still watching for intruders. The owners no longer rent the cabin out. It sits empty now, a silent witness to whatever happened that February weekend. Sometimes, when I walk the perimeter, I feel like I'm being watched from just beyond the tree line. And sometimes I find footprints leading to my car, as if someone had stood there looking in at me while I was inside the cabin. Footprints that end abruptly, as if their maker simply ceased to exist, or perhaps was never truly there at all. Eliza Mercer remains missing to this day. The case is technically open, but leads have long since gone cold, all except for those footprints that still appear around the cabin after fresh snowfall, footprints that tell us someone or something is still there, a stranger who never truly left and perhaps never will. Story 10. In the stillness of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a mere glitch in the digital feed. The mother, half awake in the dim glow, brushed it off as mere interference. But then the crackling of static filled the room and a soft voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she dashed to her son's room only to find the crib empty, the window sealed shut, and the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its unblinking black eyes seemingly staring into her soul. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, raw with fear and desperation, echoing through the silent house until the neighbors, startled from their slumber, called for help. Emergency services arrived to find her cradling the rabbit, lost in a world of disbelief and sorrow. Samuel, just 4 months old, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that no one could explain. Initial investigations yielded no clear leads. There were no signs of forced entry, no alarms triggered, just the haunting memory of that whispered voice on the monitor. How could someone slip in and out, taking a child without a single disturbance, save for a misplaced toy? Suspicions turned towards Rebecca, her struggles with postpartum depression casting a shadow over her grief. Her husband Daniel had been away on business, their strained relationship adding fuel to the whispers that circled through the community. A mother too composed, a husband with secrets rumors swirled like shadows in the night. A breakthrough came in the form of microscopic fibers, foreign to the household, clinging to the nursery windowsill. They spoke of a stealthy intruder, skilled in the art of climbing. Security footage revealed a figure lurking in the darkness, moving with purpose and precision. A boot print in the soft earth hinted at a past in military or mountaineering circles. As the focus shifted, Daniel returned, his hands betraying the truth with telltale calluses. His newfound hobby of rock climbing raised eyebrows, as did his financial dealings and hidden connections. A second family, a web of lies, his facade crumbling under the weight of scrutiny. The baby monitor, once dismissed as a mere tool, emerged as the key to unlocking the mystery. Hacked and manipulated, it had been a conduit for deception, a whispered lullaby masking a sinister plot. Digital breadcrumbs led investigators to a basement, where a ghost from the past held Samuel in her arms, a woman named Elaine with vacant eyes and a heart full of longing. Daniel's past unraveled like a thread, weaving a tale of betrayal and greed. Encrypted messages, matching fibers, damning evidence all pointed to a scheme that tore apart lives in its wake. In the hushed courtroom, the truth resounded in the enhanced audio from that fateful night, revealing a cough, a sound that placed Daniel at the scene of the crime he claimed to know nothing of. Justice was swift, the verdict unanimous. Daniel and Elaine faced the consequences of their actions, while Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a world far from the shadows of the past. The case, a cautionary tale of modern deceit, reshaped how we view the vulnerabilities of technology and the depths of human darkness. Samuel grew up unaware of the night he slipped through the cracks of reality, shielded from a truth too painful to bear. And Rebecca, in quiet moments of solitude, kept the stuffed rabbit hidden away, a silent witness to a story that unfolded beyond the whispers of the night. The baby monitor, a silent sentinel, had captured the truth in its own enigmatic way, a reminder that sometimes the darkest mysteries lie hidden in plain sight. Story 11, the town held its secrets close, especially when it came to the house nestled at the edge of the woods. It lingered in solitude, its windows veiled in darkness, the porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, no memory lingered of its origins. But when a band of hikers meandered too near, they stumbled upon an enigma names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like cryptic messages. And at the end of the list, fresh and untouched, a name that sent shivers through them all. A name that none could recognize until one of them breathed out, trembling, "That's mine." In the dead of night, a call came through to dispatch, registering as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hiking group who had uncovered his own name etched into the abandoned dwelling. The responding officers anticipated nothing more than juvenile mischief, maybe a prank gone awry among companions. What they encountered, however, defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the weathered front of the house. The names 27 in total stood tall on the eastern wall. Some had blurred with age, nearly vanishing against the weathered wood. Others remained crisp, as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his words materializing in the frosty air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." The inquiry commenced with scrutinizing every name on the list. The findings sent chills down the spines of the detective team. Each name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had turned cold, others remained active, yet all shared a chilling commonality: the vanished persons had disappeared while hiking solo. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the differing depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest inscription, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons file from 37 years earlier. The dossier recounted a young woman who ventured into those very woods and never returned. Search parties uncovered naught but a lone hiking boot by a babbling stream. Detective Keller probed Mason extensively. His account remained unwavering. He bore no ties to the locale beyond that particular hike with his college comrades. They had selected the trail at random, following an online suggestion. Nothing in his background linked him to any other names on that haunting wall. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented snapshots taken during their trek. Upon scrutiny, analysts discerned a disquieting element, a blurred figure lurking in the backdrop of 3 separate photographs. The silhouette resembled a tall, slender man, always partially obscured by the trees. "We never caught sight of anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. The edifice appeared forsaken, dust cloaked every surface, furniture lay in disarray. Yet in the basement, officers stumbled upon a disquieting tableau. Personal effects belonging to the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a name corresponding to those on the exterior wall. Technicians meticulously catalogued every article. Under ultraviolet light, aged bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, testimony to years of efforts to scrub them clean. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled no bodies interred beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs repeatedly alerted near the forest's thickest fringe. As the inquiry deepened, Detective Keller noted peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He began recounting eerie incidents, whispers beyond his apartment door, footprints in fresh snow leading to his threshold but vanishing on the way back, figures observing him from the street. The precinct assigned an officer to safeguard him, yet Mason spiraled into paranoia. The breakthrough arrived with the unearthing of land deeds concealed in county archives. The house had belonged to a recluse hunter named Victor Blackwood. Locals seldom glimpsed him, recalling brief encounters with an unnaturally tall, gaunt man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years past, his disappearance uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the encircling forest. The search party unearthed a web of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically situated along popular hiking trails. Within one blind, they came upon a journal brimming with meticulous observations, accounts of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The script mirrored samples from Victor Blackwood's scant documents. The journal entries darkened progressively. Early pages detailed hunting strategies for fauna. Later entries depicted humans as quarry, detailing their behaviors, susceptibilities, and the methods for their collection. The final pages contained elaborate chronicles of stalking each victim on the wall, including intricate descriptions of how he singled out his prey. The hunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging combed the woods. Tactical squads scoured every crevice and cavern, yet the suspect eluded capture. Mason Wright ceased answering his phone. Officers dispatched to his abode found the entrance unlocked, the rooms vacant. On his chamber wall, freshly carved, a solitary line read, "The hunter becomes the hunted." The quest for Mason persisted fruitlessly for weeks. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence, forensic techs unearthed a ghastly revelation. Concealed behind a false partition in the basement, they uncovered a small workshop housing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a newly carved piece of wood bearing a fresh name not yet affixed to the external wall. Detective Keller recognized the moniker instantly. It belonged to the chief forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning, unreachable by phone. Authorities erected an unbroken surveillance perimeter around the house. Cameras recorded every approach. Motion sensors stood sentinel for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors sounded an alarm. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the woods, impossibly tall and slender, moving with an eerie grace. The figure advanced directly towards the house, seemingly unperturbed by the scrutiny. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly faltered. When the system rebooted, the figure had vanished. The house remains under ceaseless surveillance to this day. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The investigation presses on, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings surface in other wooded regions. The names on the wall have become the stuff of legend among law enforcers. Some officers shun speaking them aloud, others steer clear of the case altogether. And local hikers skirt the house, fearful that even mentioning it might consign their names to that dreadful list, the names unspoken. Story 12. The new owners believed it to be a mere peculiarity, the crackling of the old intercom system in the dead of night, a relic of bygone days, revamped but left in oblivion. Then one evening the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why have you returned?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, murmured, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor stood nestled amidst ancient oak trees, its aged facade contrasting with the modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly affordable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the showing. The intercom system, an antiquated feature linking all rooms, had captivated the couple with a passion for history. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the estate, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked car. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, yet something in the dispatcher's tone hinted at a deeper tale. The tall form of Daniel Parker met her at the entrance, his pallor evident in the dim porch light. "It all began with the intercom," he narrated, guiding Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. Initially just static, then whispers, and eventually full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat stiff on an antique sofa, hands tightly gripping a steaming mug she didn't touch. "We found something behind the wall," she revealed abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice faltered. Concealed behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before delicately opening its brittle pages. The elegant yet frenzied handwriting belonged to Alina, the presumed previous owner. The entries chronicled her growing suspicion of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The last entry was 30 years ago, Daniel elucidated. After that, silence. The prior owners stated they purchased the house from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The investigation disclosed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Records indicated that Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina supposedly departed. No divorce papers, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to thoroughly examine the property. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators breached the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, displaying signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band discovered among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly grew. Advanced in age and residing in a care facility, his mind comprehended the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease her prattling," Vincent uttered, his voice unsettlingly composed. "Always jabbering through that cursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Claimed she desired always to be able to contact me, no matter where I was in the house." His vacant eyes met theirs. "I merely craved silence." In his confession, Vincent disclosed how he meticulously crafted the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various places, inscribed in forged handwriting. He dwelled in the house for years thereafter, walking daily over the concrete concealing his wife's buried body. The trial was succinct, with Vincent admitting guilt to murder. The presiding judge acknowledged the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to endure its grim past. Before their departure, they held a memorial for Alina in the restored garden post the investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the subsequent owners. Workers recounted hearing static and whispers during the extraction, attributing it to their power tools interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file once more before its archival. As she shut the manila folder, she pondered how the house itself had seemingly transcended time to unveil its secret. The justice system had at last caught up with Vincent Blackwood, courtesy of Alina finding a way to make her voice heard. Among local law enforcement, the case became known as the house that echoed back. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the property on her way home. She never halted, but she would decelerate, window slightly ajar, listening for whispers wafting on the breeze. Story 13. The old house had sat silent for years, a forgotten sentinel in the neighborhood. Whispers among the neighbors spoke of the young woman who had vanished, leaving behind a mystery that lingered in the air like a ghostly presence. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they discovered a peculiar sight: the bedroom door stubbornly locked from within. With effort, they forced it open, revealing a room frozen in time. The air inside was heavy with neglect, the stillness disturbed only by the dust dancing in the faint light filtering through the curtains. Everything seemed undisturbed, yet not quite right. The bed was neatly made, the mirror gleamed unblemished. A solitary candle stood as a sentinel on the desk, its wax a testament to time slipping away. The flame had long extinguished, leaving behind hardened tears of wax on the wooden surface. And there, amidst the quiet chaos, lay a notebook, its pages whispering secrets of the past. Detective Morgan, a figure of shadow and mystery, delved into the notebook's contents while his team combed the room for hidden truths. The elegant script belonged to Elise Winters, a name lost to the winds of time, reported missing half a decade ago. Her words danced across the pages, a delicate dance of ink and paper, until they reached a crescendo in the final entry. "I know he's watching me tonight," the ink pleaded, a silent cry frozen in time. "The shadows grow long and fear wraps around me like a shroud. If fate comes calling, know that it was no chance encounter." The detective closed the notebook, the weight of Elise's words heavy in the stillness of the room. A faint scent lingered in the air, a hint of something chemical, something lost to memory. The landlord lingered in the doorway, a specter of guilt and unease etched on his features. "We checked every corner before putting it up for rent," his voice wavered, a threadbare defense against the unknown. Elise, a paralegal entwined in the webs of power and deceit, her life a tapestry of secrets and shadows. Her colleagues spoke in hushed tones of her sudden withdrawal, of late nights and whispered conversations. The puzzle of her disappearance grew more intricate with each passing moment, a riddle begging to be solved. The room held its secrets close, revealing little to the probing eyes of the investigators. No traces of violence, no crimson stains to mark a struggle. It was as if time itself had paused, waiting for the truth to be unraveled. The candle on the desk stood as a silent witness, its flickering flame extinguished long ago. As the investigation deepened, hidden truths began to surface. A flash drive, a key, a labyrinth of deceit woven into the fabric of a prestigious law firm. The tendrils of corruption snaked through the shadows, leading back to Westridge Pharmaceuticals and the tainted legacy of Neurapax. The truth, a blade sharpened on the edge of justice, cut through the lies and half-truths. Elise's voice echoed from beyond the grave, a haunting melody of betrayal and redemption. The walls of power trembled as the light of truth pierced their darkness. Vincent Harriman, a figure of authority and malice, stood at the center of the storm. His empire of deceit crumbled under the weight of Elise's legacy, his crimes laid bare for all to see. Justice, a silent specter in the night, claimed its due. The room where Elise's spirit lingered, a testament to her courage and resolve, stood empty once more. The whispers of her presence echoed in the corridors of power, a reminder that even in death, her voice would not be silenced. And so the house stood as a beacon of truth in a world shrouded in shadows. The light in the upstairs window flickered, a ghostly reminder of a young woman's final stand against the darkness. Justice, a silent guardian, had come for Elise Winters, her legacy etched in the walls of the room she never truly left. Story 14, The Hidden Door Beneath the Old Carpet, beckoned the family into a realm unseen. A realm where time seemed to stand still, where shadows danced in the flickering light of a lone bulb. The Mercer family, unsuspecting newcomers to the suburban property, stumbled upon a secret that would unravel the very fabric of their reality. Detective Sarah Connors, with a keen eye for detail, delved into the mystery that lay beneath the creaking floors of the house. The basement, a space forgotten by time, held more than just concrete walls and a solitary chair. It held a gallery of stolen moments, captured in photographs that lined the cold, gray surface. Each snapshot told a story of lives lived in ignorance of an unseen presence lurking in the shadows. As Connors and her team delved deeper, they uncovered a web of deceit woven by a man named Edward Kelvin, the elusive architect of the house's hidden passages. Through meticulous surveillance, he had watched, listened, and documented the lives of those who unknowingly inhabited his domain. Kelvin's obsession with the families that came and went revealed a darkness that lurked beneath the surface of suburban normalcy. His delusions painted a twisted reality where he saw himself as a guardian of the house, a silent observer of lives he believed to be his own. The unraveling of Kelvin's hidden world brought a chilling revelation to light. The house itself, with its secret chambers and hidden alcoves, had been designed as a stage for his voyeuristic tendencies. The families who had called it home were mere actors in his macabre play, unaware of the eyes that watched them from the shadows. As the truth emerged and Kelvin's facade crumbled, the Mercer family made a hasty retreat, leaving behind a house tainted by the echoes of their unknowing participation in Kelvin's twisted game. The trial that followed shed light on a man consumed by his own illusions, a man who had built a prison of surveillance around those he deemed his subjects. With the demolition of the property, the physical remnants of Kelvin's voyeuristic empire were erased from existence. But for those who had unknowingly shared their lives with a ghostly presence, the scars of their violation ran deeper than concrete and steel. In the quiet of their new surroundings, the families haunted by Kelvin's legacy found themselves casting wary glances at the seemingly innocent fixtures that surrounded them, wondering if the walls held secrets, if the shadows concealed unseen eyes, wondering if they were truly alone, or if the echoes of the past still lingered, watching, waiting, in the hidden recesses of their homes. Story 15. The gentle current whispered a lullaby that morning, the water reflecting the sky like a mirror. The lone fisherman's boat drifted lazily as he cast his line, the world around him hushed in a tranquil embrace. It was then that he noticed it, a suitcase, adrift near the shore, bobbing silently in the stillness of the water. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than discarded debris, perhaps a careless toss by some passerby. But as he drew nearer, a pungent odor crept into his senses, thick and cloying, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was wrapped in chains, its once sharp edges softened by rust, a silent witness to time's passage. When authorities pried it open, the truth within was far more chilling than mere discarded clothes. Instead, they found a haunting sight: hair tangled, fingers frozen in a ghostly grip, and at the very bottom a cryptic note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the air heavy with the weight of the unsolved mystery before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her, her features now a pale reflection of the vibrant life she once led. The medical examiner worked meticulously, each detail catalogued with solemn care. But it was not the condition of the body that troubled Mercer the most, but the eerie sense of purpose behind the carefully arranged, facade-manicured nails, styled hair, expensive attire. She was not discarded, Mercer mused, her eyes fixed on the rippling waters that whispered secrets of their own. She was prepared, presented. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her impeccable taste, now a victim of a twisted fate. Divorced, childless, her life shrouded in a veil of solitude and ambition. Her disappearance had sent ripples of concern through her colleagues, her absence a glaring absence in the world of high-end property sales. Her assistant, a steadfast ally, insisted that Catherine would never miss such a crucial appointment, the sale that could have been her crowning achievement. As the investigation delved deeper, Mercer and her team uncovered a world of meticulous perfection within Catherine's home. Every corner spoke of precision, of order maintained with unwavering discipline. But it was in her office, a drawer slightly ajar, that the first clue emerged: a journal, its leather-bound pages a silent testament to Catherine's fears and suspicions. The final entry, a haunting whisper of a presence unseen: "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." The digital footprints left behind painted a chilling portrait of a silent observer, lurking in the shadows of Catherine's meticulously crafted life. Unknown emails, cryptic messages of voyeuristic intent, a web of surveillance woven with delicate malice. Mercer saw the threads connecting the crime scene to the digital realm, the precision in the presentation of the victim's final moments, a macabre ritual orchestrated with chilling precision. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: a pawnshop owner, a silent witness to the dark dance unfolding. A familiar necklace, a missing piece of Catherine's essence, now in the hands of a quiet maintenance worker named Michael Linden. Surveillance footage painted a damning portrait of Linden's clandestine visits to Catherine's domain, a silent predator weaving in and out of her life, unseen and unnoticed. In Linden's humble abode, a world of horrors awaited discovery. Walls lined with stolen moments, captured in secret, a shrine to his twisted obsession. Behind a false wall, a macabre collection lay in wait: mementos of lives taken, each item a chilling echo of a life extinguished too soon. And in the cold confines of the interrogation room, Linden's confession hung heavy in the air, a chilling revelation of his quest for perfection, his twisted desire to erase perceived flaws with a final, fatal touch. The trial unfolded, a somber procession of justice served. Linden, a specter of calm amidst the storm of his crimes, faced the consequences of his malevolent deeds. The families of the victims, silent witnesses to unspeakable loss, found solace in the closure provided by the court's final decree: a life sentence, a prison of his own making. For Detective Mercer, the case closed with a sense of finality, yet the shadows of unanswered questions lingered in the air. What darkness lurked within Linden's soul? What twisted mirror reflected his deeds back at him? The river flowed on, its waters a silent witness to the passage of time, carrying away the remnants of a tragedy now etched in memory. But on Mercer's desk, amidst the echoes of a case closed, lay reminders of the darkness that dwells beneath the veneer of normalcy, a chilling testament to the hidden depths of human nature, where perfection and obsession intertwine in a dance of shadows and light. Story 16. The motel stood weathered forgotten, a transient haven for weary travelers seeking respite for a single night. The receptionist passed her the key with a cryptic gaze. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered, his words a mere echo in the dim lobby. Intrigue stirred within her, a curious itch begging to be scratched. That evening, shrouded in the hush of the hallway's dim glow, she found herself drawn to the forbidden door. The frosty touch of the handle sent a shiver down her spine. Superficially identical to its neighbors, it held a secret within its wooden frame. Pressing her ear against it, she heard a faint, haunting breath from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke groggily, brushing away the remnants of sleep as she ducked beneath the yellow tape marking the threshold of the crime scene. The scent assaulted her senses, first a tang of metal and decay that spoke volumes without words. Blood had seeped into the threadbare carpet, staining it a deep hue that matched the shadows clinging to the room. Amidst the eerie stillness, a young woman lay sprawled on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo around her lifeless form. Her vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, frozen in a silent scream of anguish or fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful of the evidence markers that punctuated the scene like dark sentinels. "Third one this season," remarked the forensic expert, his tone devoid of emotion as he captured the grim tableau through his lens. "The same pattern as before," Reed nodded solemnly. The woman's attire spoke of elegance, a stark contrast to the squalor of the motel room. A designer handbag lay open, its contents undisturbed. This was no mere act of theft, a deeper motive lurked in the shadows. The motel manager lingered anxiously at the threshold, his pallor betraying his unease. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The chambermaid discovered her during routine cleaning." Reed surveyed the room once more, noting the absence of forced entry or defensive wounds. The victim had either welcomed her assailant willingly or recognized them all too well. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photographs on the board, linking 3 women with uncanny resemblances found in seedy motels off the beaten path. Speculation swirled in the press, whispers of a predator stalking the shadows of the community. "The autopsy report is in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation manual. No traces of DNA under the victim's nails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was no random spree. It bore the mark of a personal vendetta. Days blurred into nights as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage yielded no breakthroughs, painting a picture of mundane comings and goings. The latest victim, identified as Elaine Werner, defied easy categorization, a meticulous financial analyst with no known enemies. Her circle described her as cautious, methodical, unlikely to choose such a sordid locale willingly. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from her workplace, the sister divulged, her hands trembling around a cup of coffee. "Someone enigmatic, possibly married," Reed leaned in. "Did she provide a name?" "Just see," the sister whispered. The focus shifted to Werner's office, where colleagues painted a portrait of a professional enigma, her personal life shrouded in mystery. A stray business card tucked in her desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson exuded affability when questioned, his alibi airtight, dining with his spouse and friends on the fateful night. Yet a glint in his eyes betrayed an underlying disquiet. "Did you socialize with Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed inquired casually. A flicker of unease crossed Emerson's features fleetingly. "Strictly professional." Forensics later matched partial prints from Werner's belongings to Emerson. Confronted with the evidence, his facade crumbled. "We were involved," he confessed, "but I ended it. She threatened to expose my infidelity." "A motive for murder," Reed pressed. Emerson's gaze hardened. "I never set foot in that motel." Contradicting his words were the electronic footprints linking him to the crime scene, a corporate credit card transaction for the adjacent room, a voyeuristic camera hidden within the walls. Fibers from his tailored suit matched those found on Werner's body, his DNA lingering on a glass in her room. His digital archive revealed a macabre pattern, a fixation on women resembling his wife in their youth, lured to designated motels for clandestine liaisons before their erasure at his hands. In the interrogation chamber, Emerson's facade crumbled under the weight of his deceit. "They threatened everything I had worked for," he whimpered. "My reputation, my marriage, my very existence." The trial proceeded swiftly, a spectacle of justice unfolding before the eyes of three grieving families. Emerson remained stoic, devoid of remorse, a hollow shell that had once navigated the corporate realm with ease. The sentence, life without parole, served as the final act of retribution. As he was escorted away, Reed met his gaze. In that fleeting instant, she glimpsed not a man, but a void devoid of empathy or remorse. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left saga. Psychologists dissected Emerson's pathology, armchair detectives delved into the minutiae of the case. Yet for Reed, the chapter never truly concluded. Sometimes, amid the hushed corridors of hotels, she found herself counting doors, pondering the mysteries that lurked behind each one. In the depths of the evidence vault, three identical keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to the darkness that dwelled beyond the threshold, a stark reminder that certain doors, once opened, could never be shut again. Story 17. In the heart of the city stood a quaint coffee shop, a haven for those seeking solace in the aromatic embrace of freshly brewed coffee. For one man, this shop was a sanctuary, a place of routine and anonymity. His presence was as constant as the rising sun, yet his identity remained shrouded in mystery. The barista, a silent observer to his daily ritual, recognized his face but not his name. Then one fateful day, the man failed to appear. Concerned, the police investigated, only to discover a wallet abandoned at his customary table. Within the wallet lay a driver's license bearing a face without a name, an enigma in a world of certainties. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the perplexing case, her quest for truth leading her down a labyrinth of secrets and shadows. As Mercer scrutinized the security footage, a chilling revelation unfolded before her eyes. The man, now known as John Doe, had entered the coffee shop as usual, ordered his black coffee, and retreated to his secluded corner. But there, amidst the whispers of swirling steam and distant chatter, he vanished without a trace. The mystery deepened as Mercer combed through the bewildering contents of the abandoned wallet, blank spaces where a life story should have been, credit cards with no ties to reality, and a cryptic business card hinting at an elusive presence. Each clue led her deeper into a realm where truth and illusion danced a tantalizing waltz. The barista's recollections painted a portrait of a solitary figure, a man of few words and endless mysteries. His notebook, filled with cryptic symbols and unfathomable codes, became a riddle that defied all attempts at deciphering. The very essence of John Doe seemed to elude the grasp of logic and reason. As Mercer delved further into the enigma, she uncovered a hidden chamber behind an ancient mirror within the coffee shop, a chamber filled with identical wallets, each a vessel of the unknown, each bearing the mark of a man lost to the currents of time. The journal within whispered of experiments in temporal manipulation, of boundaries crossed and realities intertwined. Whispers of parallel worlds and quantum mirrors echoed through the annals of the investigation, leading Mercer to a revelation that transcended the boundaries of the known. The coffee shop, a nexus of intersecting realities, held the key to a doorway unseen by mortal eyes, a gateway to the infinite possibilities that lay beyond. With the guidance of an elderly physicist, the pieces of the puzzle began to align, revealing a truth stranger than fiction. Daniel Weston, the brilliant mind lost to the mists of obscurity, had dared to breach the barriers of existence itself, seeking to transcend the limitations of mortality. In a final haunting twist of fate, Mercer beheld the fractured reflection of Daniel Weston within the shattered remains of the mirror, a fractured soul torn between worlds, a testament to the unfathomable depths of human ambition. And as the coffee shop faded into memory, its secrets buried beneath the rubble of time, Mercer knew that some mysteries were never meant to be solved. The tale of the man who slipped through the cracks of reality lingers in the whispers of the night, a ghostly reminder of the fragile threads that bind our world to the unknown. And as Detective Mercer retreated into the shadows, her own story intertwined with that of the elusive John Doe, a silent echo of a truth hidden in plain sight. Story 18, deep within the attic, a realm of forgotten treasures shrouded in dust and cobwebs, Rebecca Morgan ventured reluctantly. A storm had breached the roof, forcing her into the dim, musty space she had long avoided. Amidst the neglected relics, her gaze fell upon an old dollhouse, a miniature replica of a home frozen in time. Intricately detailed, the tiny furniture arranged with eerie precision. Yet, as Rebecca peered closer, a sense of unease gripped her. The figures within were not mere dolls, but meticulously hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each tiny figure mirrored the reality below, each member positioned exactly as they were downstairs, except for one unsettling detail. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Tracing her finger over the dollhouse roof, Rebecca felt the groove where the tiny wooden figure stood, a palpable chill running down her spine. This was not her childhood home. It was a rented abode her family had recently occupied. Alarmed by the inexplicable discovery, Rebecca reached out to law enforcement, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel a bewildering mystery. Detective Sarah Harmon led the investigation, initially dismissing the family's concerns as mere paranoia induced by the unfamiliar surroundings. However, the intricate detail of the dollhouse figures left her unsettled. Each miniature bore a striking resemblance to a member of the Morgan family, capturing unique features and quirks with uncanny accuracy. The presence of unidentified fingerprints on the dollhouse hinted at a sinister intrusion into their lives. Forensic examination revealed a network of microscopic cameras hidden within the dollhouse figures, recording the family's every move. The footage depicted not just a night's activities, but a pattern of surveillance spanning days, suggesting a meticulous observer had been studying them in intimate detail. Detective Harmon realized they were dealing with a level of obsession beyond comprehension. A concealed entrance in the pantry led investigators to a secret living space beneath the house, littered with signs of a clandestine residency predating the Morgan family's arrival. The absence of forced entry confounded the authorities, unveiling a perplexing history of the property. The previous owners, now deceased, had left behind a legacy shadowed by secrets. Digital forensics traced the surveillance data to an apartment across town, belonging to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. His obsession with the property drove him to monitor its occupants relentlessly, using the dollhouse as a twisted control center. Martin's delusional fixation stemmed from a deep-seated need to reclaim the home he had lost, spiraling into a disturbing realm of surveillance and manipulation. During interrogation, Martin remained eerily composed, his chilling confession revealing a mind consumed by possession and control. The psychological evaluation painted a portrait of a man driven by a warped sense of ownership, reducing the Morgan family to mere pawns in his elaborate game of dominance. As the truth unfurled, the Morgans chose to leave the tainted house behind, seeking solace in a new beginning far from the haunting memories. Yet the specter of Martin's voyeuristic gaze lingered, casting a shadow of unease over their lives. Rebecca's words echoed with a tinge of apprehension as she spoke of lingering fears, a perpetual sense of being watched, a gnawing uncertainty that plagued her every moment. Martin Wells faced the consequences of his twisted obsession, charged with a litany of offenses that exposed the depths of his depravity. The court's judgment reflected the gravity of his transgressions, acknowledging the profound violation inflicted upon the Morgan family. The case prompted a reevaluation of real estate protocols, underscoring the need for transparency and vigilance in safeguarding the sanctity of homes. The tale of the dollhouse voyeur remains a chilling testament to the fragility of security, the thin veil between familiarity and intrusion. As the Morgans sought refuge in a new haven, the echoes of their ordeal reverberated, a haunting reminder of how easily one's life can be ensnared in the web of another's obsession. And in the stillness of the night, as shadows dance in the moonlight, one can't help but wonder if somewhere, unseen eyes still linger, moving miniature figures in a twisted game of control and voyeurism. Story 19: The Mystery of the Whispering Call. In the hushed stillness of an abandoned house, a phone lay on the kitchen counter, its screen softly aglow in the dim light filtering through dusty windows. Detective Morgan Reed stood before it, her gaze fixed on the device that had sparked an inexplicable mystery. It all began with a pocket dial static and muffled sounds that almost went unnoticed by the operator until a voice broke through the chaos. A woman's voice, filled with urgency and fear, whispered, "He's here." And then a haunting silence descended, leaving behind a chilling echo in the empty space. The number linked to the phone led to a house long deserted, its walls holding secrets of a past now shrouded in mystery. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances to suggest recent occupation. Yet there it was, the phone, as if placed there with purpose, its call made mere minutes ago. Detective Reed pressed the playback button, each repetition of the whisper sending shivers down her spine. The voice seemed familiar yet impossible, carrying a weight of desperation that lingered in the air like a ghostly presence. The house had once belonged to the Sullivans, a family torn apart by tragedy. A fire had ravaged the west wing, forcing them to flee, leaving behind a shell of memories and sorrow. No one had dwelled within those walls since, except for a caretaker who swore no one had trespassed in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired, turning to her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer revealed a connection to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter who had perished in a car accident 3 years prior, her life cut short in a moment of unforeseen tragedy. As the investigation unfolded, puzzling pieces emerged, painting a picture of a spectral call from beyond the veil of the living. The forensic team found no tangible evidence to explain the phone's eerie call, no fingerprints, no footprints, only a lingering sense of unease that clung to the walls like a whisper in the wind. The recording of those 11 seconds became a focal point, a thread connecting the present to a past steeped in shadows. Voice analysis confirmed the identity of the caller as Catherine Sullivan, her voice preserved in time, reaching out from the realms unknown. Interviews with those who had known Catherine uncovered layers of her life, her relationships, her fears. Her mother wept at the sound of the whisper, recognizing the timbre of her daughter's voice, tinged with a terror that transcended the grave. And then a breakthrough came in the form of a journal, a chronicle of Catherine's innermost thoughts, hidden away like a precious secret. The entries spoke of love turned to fear, of a relationship tainted by control and menace, culminating in a chilling revelation of impending danger. Mark Jennings, Catherine's former boyfriend, found himself at the center of the storm, his alibi crumbling under the weight of evidence unearthed from the depths of the past. The buried phone, the deleted texts, the truth buried beneath layers of deceit, all pointed to a malevolent force lurking in the shadows. As the investigation peeled back the layers of deception, a portrait of a man consumed by darkness emerged. Mark's obsession with Catherine, his twisted games of manipulation and deceit, all laid bare in a chilling display of malice. And then the final reckoning came, as Mark's facade crumbled, revealing the monster beneath. His confessions, his twisted rationale for the phantom call, all laid bare in a courtroom echoing with the echoes of a voice long silenced. In the end, justice prevailed, not through supernatural means, but through the resilience of a voice that refused to be silenced, a whisper that spoke volumes in the silence of the night. The phone from the abandoned house now sits as a relic of a past best left undisturbed, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, echoes of the past can still find a way to be heard. Story 20. The worn envelope, its corners tinged with age, bore a fresh stamp marked just days prior. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded it, revealing a single sheet of paper. The message, hastily typed in an uneven script, read, "I am sorry for what I did." A strange dampness clung to the paper, carrying a faint scent of iron. A reddish smear ran along the bottom, not of ink, but of something far more sinister. Detective Sarah Morgan, her fingers gloved, carefully placed the letter into an evidence bag, aware of the weight of the words written upon it. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was human blood, a chilling echo from an unsolved murder case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, Rebecca Warren, a young journalist, had been brutally attacked in her own home, her body bearing the marks of a violent struggle. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered, a grim tableau of a life cut short. The case had grown cold, the trail of lights fading into obscurity until this ominous letter emerged, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a cautious sender, one who had taken care to leave no trace. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, a tangible thread to follow. As Detective Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, the image of the letter took center stage amidst a sea of fruitless lights. "This changes everything," she intoned, the weight of the unknown heavy in the air. Her longtime partner, Detective James Chen, cast a skeptical eye on the letter. "Remorse or deception," he proposed, a shadow of doubt in his voice. The unique typewriter impressions led the team down a winding path to a bygone era, a vintage model that whispered of secrets long buried. Their search extended beyond the confines of the present, delving into Rebecca's life and the shadows that lurked within. Rebecca's pursuits as a journalist, her relentless pursuit of truth, led the detectives to a wealthy family entangled in a web of deceit and betrayal. The recent death of the family patriarch had ignited a storm of accusations and suspicions, each member vying for a piece of the inheritance. As interviews unfolded, whispers of a shadowy figure following Rebecca surfaced, a specter of danger that she had dismissed as paranoia. Her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once an ally, now bore the weight of unspoken truths, his gaze shifting under the detective's scrutiny. She knew someone was watching, his voice trembled, a shard of guilt piercing the air. Amidst the tension, a second letter arrived, bearing the same haunting echoes of the first. The words within painted a chilling picture of secrets unraveling, of truths too dangerous to be spoken. The path led to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, stood guard over a trove of antiques and hidden truths. The revelation of a borrowed typewriter, a facade of innocence crumbling under the weight of evidence, brought the investigation to a crescendo. The final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, weaving a tapestry of betrayal and greed. The courtroom, a stage for justice's final act, bore witness to the unraveling of a meticulously crafted facade. Richard's protestations of innocence crumbled under the weight of evidence, his carefully constructed lies exposed to the harsh light of truth. As the gavel fell, sealing his fate, Detective Morgan stood beside Rebecca's grieving parents, a silent promise of closure in her eyes. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a past best left buried, stood as a testament to the power of guilt, a specter that haunted even the most cunning of criminals. The legacy of Rebecca Warren's case echoed through the halls of the department, a reminder that in the dance of shadows and light, even the most carefully woven lies can be unraveled by the whispers of the past. Story 21, The Enigmatic Doll. They stumbled upon it in the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, a porcelain doll, fragile and aged, with its vivid blue eyes staring wide and unwavering. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, shared a chuckle at the unexpected discovery, an overlooked relic of the past. Yet that night a peculiar sensation lingered in the air as they retired to bed. The atmosphere grew dense, the silence elongated. And come morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, reappearing at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the enchanting Victorian house they had purchased at auction, its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure beckoning to them, despite whispers of a troubled history. Little did they know that they would soon be entwined in its haunting narrative. Detective Rachel Winters was summoned on a crisp autumn day to investigate a chilling scene. The female victim lay in the master bedroom, her body contorted unnaturally, limbs bent at precise angles, eyes wide with fear. Nearby, the male victim seemed to have been fleeing, his expression one of terror. The immaculate setting offered no clues of forced entry or struggle, save for the eerie tableau before them. Whispering into her recorder, Detective Winters observed the deliberate placement of the victims, akin to dolls on display. The investigation commenced with interviews of neighbors, each account adding a layer of unease to the unfolding mystery. Tiny fibers, resembling those from antique doll clothing, were discovered throughout the house, particularly concentrated around the victims and the attic. Forensic analysis yielded no fingerprints besides the victims, no foreign DNA, no signs of intrusion. It was as though the perpetrator had left no tangible trace of their presence. Delving into the property's history unveiled a pattern of unexplained deaths spanning decades, each shrouded in peculiar circumstances and odd occurrences. A faded newspaper clipping led Detective Winters to a doll maker who once resided in the house with his deceased daughter. Speculations of unconventional practices and mysterious rituals circulated within the family's lore, hinting at the doll maker's uncanny creations infused with otherworldly elements. As the investigation progressed, a connection emerged among the victims. They had all made alterations to the attic, where Sarah and Michael had initiated renovations before their demise. Hidden photographs revealed the doll maker's eerie collection, with a doll strikingly similar to the one discovered by the ill-fated couple. Infrared scans exposed ghostly handprints and an enigmatic residue trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, leaving investigators chilled. A descendant of the dollmaker divulged dark secrets of imbuing life into his creations through arcane means, binding spirits to inanimate objects. The case hit a dead end with no tangible suspects or logical explanations. Detective Winters, haunted by the enigma, kept the doll as evidence, only to find it mysteriously vanish from her custody, leaving her bewildered and disoriented. The house changed hands once more, its unsettling past overshadowing its architectural grandeur. The new owners discovered an empty attic, save for a neatly folded blanket in a corner, the doll nowhere to be found. Sarah and Michael's deaths joined the roster of unsolved mysteries whispered about in the precinct corridors. Detective Winters retired prematurely, taking with her a forbidden photograph of the dollmaker's collection, sealed away as a silent reminder. The new occupants reported tranquility in the untouched attic, yet tales of a fleeting shadow and childlike laughter persisted on quiet nights, keeping the enigma alive in the whispers of the neighborhood. Story 22. The new occupants brushed it off as just peeling wallpaper. Yet as they delicately removed the layers, a hidden narrative began to unfold. Etched in ink repeatedly was a single name. A name that consumed every inch of the wall, scrawled in a frenzied, uneven manner. It wasn't the name of the former proprietors. It didn't appear in any official records. However, a search online unveiled a solitary outcome, a cold case of a missing person from decades past. What sent shivers down their spines was the uncanny resemblance between the woman in the old photograph and the one who had handed over the keys to the house. Michael and Sarah Klein had never planned to revamp the Victorian-era abode right away. The enchanting old dwelling had come at a surprisingly modest cost, and the previous owner, a reserved, graceful woman with strands of silver in her dark hair, had appeared eager to sell, mentioning her upcoming move across the country. The couple was captivated by the dwelling's charm, its intricate woodwork, and lofty ceilings whispering tales of a bygone era. It all began with a faint water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish blemish spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael gently prodded it, the paper crumbled, unveiling another stratum below. Intrigued, they cautiously peeled away the damaged section. The initial layer exposed outdated paisley patterns from what they presumed to be the 1970s. Underneath that, striped paper from an earlier era. Yet, as they persisted, a surprise awaited them within the third layer. Writing. Dark ink on faded beige paper. Not mere doodles, but a name, Eleanor Winters, repeated endlessly, the handwriting growing increasingly desperate and erratic across the wall. "Who is Eleanor Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingertips tracing the frantic script. The revelation left them unsettled. That evening, Michael sat at their kitchen counter, laptop aglow, scouring through property records. The house had changed hands multiple times over the years. No trace of Eleanor Winters surfaced in any documentation. The woman who had sold them the house was identified as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, clutching her coffee mug. Try searching just the name. The internet search yielded sparse findings until they stumbled upon an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Eleanor Winters, age 27, reported missing during the winter season. The monochrome photo depicted a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that mirrored those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had handed over the house keys. "This article dates back 30 years, Michael murmured, barely audible over the hum of the fridge. Margaret would be the right age now, but Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman's case was never resolved, no body recovered, no suspects identified. Their inquisitiveness morphed into an obsession. Sarah reached out to the former homeowners, sifting through county records in reverse chronological order. The renovation came to a standstill as they dedicated their evenings to this impromptu investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for merely 7 months before selling it to them, a peculiar circumstance given the exhaustive paperwork and inspection process they had undergone. Detective assigned to the cold case had retired long ago. After Michael tracked him down, the man vividly recalled the case. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he recounted the investigation. Alina Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case turned cold swiftly, no witnesses, no signs of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before inquiring, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence lingered on the line. "No, the name doesn't ring a bell." "Why?" Upon elucidating their discovery and sharing photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective pledged to make inquiries. Within days, a detective from the current force reached out, seeking permission to scrutinize the wall. Their abode transformed into an active crime scene. Forensics teams meticulously documented and extracted portions of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts compared the wall inscriptions to samples of Alina's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The findings were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah stumbled upon a concealed compartment beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters, alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. Each card featured the same face with subtle discrepancies, varying hair hues, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, matched the woman who sold them the house. When authorities endeavored to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she had supplied, it was non-existent. Her phone number had been disconnected. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had vanished, much like Alina Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that reshaped the investigation entirely. DNA analysis of hair strands retrieved from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters. However, fingerprints lifted from the writing itself corresponded to a different profile altogether, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been institutionalized shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had eluded from the institution on multiple occasions over the years. Her medical records unveiled something bone-chilling. One of her documented alter egos identified herself as Alina. The investigation unveiled that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood friend, fixated on her to the point of imitation. When Alina rebuffed her escalating, unsettling advances, something within Rebecca fractured. She assumed Alina's identity literally and figuratively, and fabricated an intricate network of personas to sustain the facade. The scribbled name symbolized Rebecca's desperate bid to retain her grasp on reality, to recollect who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had metamorphosed into both confession and incarceration, a tangible manifestation of her fractured psyche. Sarah and Michael observed from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific portions of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies below the surface. The cold case had abruptly grown warm. The remains unearthed from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended while attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When confronted with evidence, the persona presenting as Margaret crumbled, giving way to another one who admitted to the heinous act in a fit of jealousy. The names on the wall had served as both a tribute and an expression of guilt, inscribed by a fractured mind striving to cling onto shreds of truth despite itself. For Aliner's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their cherished abode turned infamous, a mere footnote in true crime annals, forever known as the house where the walls themselves confessed to a crime. Story 23, The Haunting of Blackwood Manor. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the stagnant air around her. The abandoned Victorian stood frozen in time, its grandeur faded, its secrets buried within its walls. Each room she entered felt familiar yet foreign, a maze of memories and mysteries waiting to be unraveled. But as she moved from one door to the next, she found herself always returning to the parlor, trapped in a cycle of endless repetition. The house, once a mere curiosity, had now become a crime scene shrouded in darkness and whispered tales. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the heart of the mystery, watching as shadows danced across the walls, concealing the truth that lay hidden within. The body of Morgan Pierce, a young researcher with a penchant for the peculiar, had been discovered in the antique chair, her presence a haunting echo of the past. The medical examiner's words hung heavy in the air, revealing the chilling reality of Morgan's demise. Asphyxiation, a silent killer that left no trace of its presence. She sat there, serene and still, as if waiting for a long-lost friend to return. But in her eyes, a silent plea for understanding lingered, a question left unanswered in the silence of the parlor. The house whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen, its walls holding memories of lives lost and souls trapped within its confines. Morgan's journey into its depths had been one of curiosity and conviction, a quest to uncover the truth hidden within its labyrinthine halls. But as she delved deeper, the house's grip tightened, its whispers becoming deafening in their silence. Her disappearance, a mystery that echoed through the empty rooms, spoke of a darkness that lurked just beyond the threshold of perception. Her journal, a testament to her obsession with the house's enigmatic properties, revealed a mind consumed by the allure of the unknown, a heart drawn to the secrets that lay just out of reach. As the investigation unfolded, new revelations came to light, casting shadows of doubt on those who had walked within the house's walls. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural anomalies and a confidant of Morgan's, found himself at the center of the storm, his alibi crumbling under the weight of suspicion. But it was the words of Aliner Blackwood's grandson that unveiled the true horror of Blackwood Manor. Generations of tragedy whispered through the pages of journals, each death a piece of a larger puzzle waiting to be solved. The claiming, they called it, a curse that bound the souls of those who dared to enter the house's domain. In the hidden chamber behind the parlor fireplace, the truth awaited, cloaked in shadows and ancient relics. The deity carved in stone, a guardian of thresholds long forgotten, watched over the artifacts of a bygone era, its presence a warning to those who sought to unravel the house's mysteries. And as the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a new darkness descended upon the house, claiming another victim in its relentless grip. Adam Reeves, like Morgan before him, succumbed to the house's influence, his fate sealed by the same invisible hand that guided their steps. The truth, a fleeting whisper in the night, remained just out of reach, a mirage on the horizon of understanding. The house, condemned and forgotten, stood as a silent sentinel to those who dared to peer beyond the veil of reality, its doors forever leading back to the beginning. And so the tale of Blackwood Manor lived on, a haunting melody of lost souls and forgotten dreams, echoing through the empty halls of a house that knew no mercy. The secrets it held, buried deep within its heart, whispered of a world beyond our own, a realm of shadows and light where the boundaries of perception blurred and reality melted away. Story 24. The tale unfolds in a costume shop on the verge of closure, where old treasures were being sold off to new owners. Among the relics, a woman's hand brushed against a mask resting on a dusty shelf, its delicate features possessing an unsettlingly lifelike quality. When she brought it to the cashier, a sense of unease gripped him as he hesitated, muttering, "That's not ours." Perplexed, the woman inspected the mask, only to find no tag attached to it. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home with her. That fateful night, a soft sound disturbed her slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting through the darkness. Startled awake, she discovered that the mask was no longer perched upon her dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was later discovered by her concerned neighbor. The neighbor, returning a borrowed book, stumbled upon a chilling scene as the morning light spilled through the slightly ajar front door, illuminating the otherwise shadowy interior. Catherine lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, where the shutters clicked rhythmically in the background, blending with the hushed voices of the investigators. Examining the room, the detective noted the absence of forced entry as an officer jotted down observations in his notepad. Every detail seemed ordinary, except for the lifeless figure on the floor, her expression frozen in terror. The medical examiner, with a somber expression, declared the cause of death unclear upon initial inspection, with no visible wounds or signs of struggle. Pointing to Catherine's fear-stricken face, he remarked on the terror etched into her features. Catherine, an art appraiser known for her meticulous nature and eye for authenticity, had lived a quiet life. Her colleagues spoke of her ability to discern forgeries with uncanny precision. The detective pondered whether her keen eye had inadvertently led to her demise. A pivotal clue emerged from security footage of the costume shop, revealing the cashier's genuine confusion regarding the enigmatic mask. The owner, upon being consulted, denied any knowledge of the mask's origin, hinting at a darker history of items acquired from an estate sale following a collector's mysterious demise. Forensic analysis uncovered microscopic fibers on Catherine's fingertips, indicating a desperate grasp at something elusive. The unique fibers, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance, puzzled the experts. The investigation unveiled a pattern of similar deaths involving victims who had acquired peculiar masks before meeting their demise, each wearing an expression of sheer terror. A retired detective shared a chilling revelation, disclosing ancient symbols hidden within the masks, hinting at a ritualistic connection to soul transference. A journal found in Catherine's apartment detailed her growing unease as she felt a malevolent presence looming in her home. Her research linked the mask to a series of unexplained deaths, describing how it seemed to watch her, moving when she slept. As the pieces of the puzzle came together, the cause of Catherine's death was revealed to be cardiac arrest induced by extreme fear. The case took a harrowing turn when surveillance footage captured a figure leaving Catherine's home wearing a haunting mask, mimicking her movements with an eerie precision. Despite efforts to locate the elusive mask, it resurfaced months later in a distant vintage shop, sold to an unidentified buyer. The investigation hit a dead end, leaving the case officially unsolved. The detective, haunted by Catherine's journal and the unsettling truth it revealed, kept it close as a reminder of the inexplicable horrors that lurked in the shadows. The mask, a vessel of unspeakable malevolence, awaited its next unwitting victim, perpetuating a cycle of dread that spanned centuries. As the detective grappled with the chilling reality, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, a silent reminder that the mask, with its empty gaze, hungered for the souls of those who dared to uncover its sinister purpose. Story 25. The worn wooden plank shifted under her weight, a subtle movement that stirred her curiosity. Bending down, she traced her fingertips along the edges, sensing the hidden secret beneath the seemingly solid floor. With caution, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, narrow space that lay concealed beneath her new dwelling. Dust and cobwebs greeted her at first, but as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes began to emerge from the shadows. A mattress, a chair. And nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages upon pages of a single name, her own name, written repeatedly in a haunting rhythm. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman peered into the abyss beneath her home, a flicker of fear dancing in her eyes. It was more than just a hidden room that had been unearthed. It was a violation of her sense of security, an intrusion of something dark and unsettling into what should have been a fresh beginning. "Don't touch anything else," Detective Reed's calm voice cut through the tense silence as she switched on her flashlight, casting light into the secretive space. The beam revealed walls adorned with surveillance photographs, evidence of an obsessive gaze that had been fixed on Sarah's every move. A shrine to a twisted infatuation that had lurked right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly recluse named Walter Green, a man who had passed away with no known kin. The property had sat vacant for months before Sarah stumbled upon it, enticed by its charm and the promise of minor renovations. The history of the house had remained shrouded in silence, with no mention of the hidden chamber beneath its floorboards. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice trembled with unease. "The neighbors spoke of him as a recluse. I was told that basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report indicated." As the crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment clattering against the wooden floors, they meticulously documented the eerie discoveries, extracting the mattress, chair, and notebook from the clandestine chamber. Forensic analysis revealed a multitude of fingerprints scattered throughout, all belonging to the late Walter Green. What sent shivers down the investigators' spines was the timeline that unfolded before them. Utility records and dated photographs revealed that Walter had been shadowing Sarah for a span of at least 3 years prior to his demise. He had woven himself into the fabric of her life, a ghostly presence she had never sensed. The level of fixation displayed here is concerning, the department psychologist remarked during a debriefing. It hints at a progression from mere obsession to calculated intent. The hidden room suggests a sinister preparation. Detective Reed's inquiry took a surprising turn when she interviewed Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center's maintenance department. The man's uneasy demeanor betrayed a guilty conscience as he hesitantly revealed, "Walter used to speak of her, you know. He said she reminded him of someone. I brushed it off as the ramblings of an old man with a harmless crush. I never imagined." "Did he ever mention any plans involving her?" Reed prodded further. "Not plans exactly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. 'She belongs with me.' I thought it was just his fantasy," the coworker confessed, his eyes downcast. Securing a warrant to search Walter's untouched workplace locker, Reed uncovered a key that led them to a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door groaned open, revealing a meticulously recreated replica of Sarah's former apartment furniture, decor, even a mannequin styled to mimic her appearance. The calendar in the storage unit bore a circled date, a week following Walter's sudden passing, marked with a chilling declaration, "Together." Further investigation unveiled Walter's troubled past, his institutionalization in his youth due to an obsession with a teacher, a condition diagnosed as erotomania. After years of stability, something about Sarah had reignited the flames of his fixation. Spread across the conference table at the police station, the crime scene photos depicted a story of delusion and dangerous longing. In his mind, they shared a special bond, Reed explained to her team, a bond that he believed was destined to unite them. Could she have unknowingly triggered this obsession? A detective inquired. Reed shook her head solemnly. Sometimes these fixations need no catalyst. A passing glance, a fleeting smile, that's all it takes for the spark to ignite. Unable to shake the shadow of fear that lingered in her home, Sarah chose to sell the cottage, severing ties with the haunting memories it held. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood amidst the empty rooms, a chill creeping down her spine. "I can't help but wonder what might have unfolded if he hadn't met his end," she murmured softly. "How long would I have dwelled here, unaware of the eyes that watched, the secrets that lay hidden beneath my feet?" With Walter's demise, the case was closed, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a grim testament to a plan that had never come to fruition. Sarah sought refuge in a new place, altering her routines, guarding her privacy with newfound vigilance. Detective Reed kept a discreet eye on her from afar, a silent acknowledgement of the perilous line Sarah had skirted, the danger she had narrowly evaded. The cottage found new occupants, a young couple oblivious to its dark past. The hidden room was sealed, its secrets buried once more beneath the floorboards. Life carried on, but for those who carried the weight of knowledge, the tale of the room beneath the floor lingered, a whisper of unseen threats, of monsters who slipped through the cracks, and of survivors who walked away unscathed, yet forever haunted by the shadows of what could have been. Story 26. The aged library faced its fate with demolition looming on the horizon. The workers diligently carried out their tasks, nearing the completion of dismantling the beloved structure. However, fate had a clandestine plan in store. One of the workers, in a moment of serendipity, stumbled upon a concealed latch hidden within the confines of a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the bookshelf swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway that led to a hidden room shrouded in mystery. The air within was heavy, thick with the passage of time, as if untouched for decades. Within this hidden chamber, devoid of furniture save for a solitary chair bolted to the floor, a chilling sight awaited discovery. Scratched repeatedly on the walls, a haunting message echoed in the dim light, "I am still here." The foreman overseeing the demolition swiftly contacted the authorities, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel a tale far darker than anyone could have anticipated. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, found himself at the threshold of a scene unlike any he had encountered before. His flashlight pierced the darkness, casting eerie shadows on the walls adorned with the ominous message. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice reverberating in the confined space. "Preserve everything until the forensics team arrives." The history of the building whispered of secrets long buried. Once owned by the prestigious Harrington family, the library had been a gift to the community following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, leaving only her abandoned car near the woods, Rebecca's fate had remained a haunting enigma. Despite exhaustive searches and inquiries, her whereabouts remained unknown. The prevailing belief hinted at her departure to forge a new life, a notion vehemently refuted by her grieving family, who harbored suspicions of a more sinister truth. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, traces of hair, fibers, and biological matter were unearthed, embedded in the aged chair. The scratches on the walls bore silent witness to a harrowing struggle, with minute traces of blood and skin cells hinting at a female presence. This chair was meant for confinement, the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing to the weathered leather straps and bolt holes. Whoever was held here fought with all their might. Detective Walsh delved into the annals of the Harrington family's past, a gnawing feeling tugging at his instincts. The timing of the library's donation post-Rebecca's disappearance raised unsettling questions. Further investigation unraveled a startling revelation. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records hinted at exorbitant payments to the contractor, far beyond standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed shock at the discovery, unaware of the hidden chamber's existence. Yet an elderly librarian recollected Maxwell's peculiar fixation on that section of the building, spending solitary hours immersed in solitude. The revelation that DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's possessions ignited a chilling realization. Rebecca had not fled but had been imprisoned, potentially by a member of her own kin. With a warrant in hand, investigators scoured the Harrington estate, unearthing a leather-bound journal concealed in Maxwell's study. Its pages chronicled a disturbing obsession with his niece, culminating in a bone-chilling entry. She threatened to expose me. I could not permit that. The room will contain her until she comprehends. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Maxwell's veneer of denial shattered. She posed a threat to everything, he confessed, devoid of remorse. Rebecca stumbled upon proof of my embezzlement from the family foundation. Our name was sacred, I could not let her tarnish it. The truth unfurled in all its horror. Maxwell had ensnared Rebecca, intending to coerce her into silence. Yet in a tragic turn of events, a struggle ensued, culminating in her untimely demise. Beneath the floorboards of the hidden room, ground-penetrating radar unveiled the presence of human remains. As Rebecca's skeletal form emerged, clad in the silver bracelet bestowed upon her by her parents, the Harrington family bore witness to Maxwell's reckoning. Rebecca's mother clutched the retrieved bracelet, a poignant reminder of her beloved daughter. The library's demolition ground to a halt, transforming into a site of somber reflection and remembrance. Locals adorned the entrance with flowers, paying homage to a life cut short and a truth veiled behind a bookshelf. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's poignant message etched on the walls, "I am still here," ensured her eternal presence in the hearts of those who sought justice and closure. The shadows of the past, once obscured, had finally yielded to the light of truth, illuminating a tale of darkness and redemption. Story 27. In the quiet anticipation of a new life, she decided to refresh the nursery, a sanctuary for the little one soon to arrive. The walls, once a faded blue canvas, now held the weight of time within their layers, whispering untold stories. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden truth emerged, faint at first, then boldly etched into existence. A message from the past, concealed beneath the surface, warned, "Don't let it hear you." Startled, she took a step back, her breath catching in the stillness of the room. There in the fresh paint were tiny handprints too high for a child's reach, too eerie to dismiss. The unveiling in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the genesis of what would later be dubbed the Whispering House case. A young couple, lured by a seemingly irresistible bargain, had acquired the Victorian abode just months prior. The realtor had mentioned only minor cosmetic imperfections, omitting the shadowed history that lurked within its walls. Detective Sarah Klein, bearing her trusty notebook, stood at the threshold, ready to untangle the web of mysteries that enshrouded the house. A woman, her expectant belly a silent witness to the unfolding enigma, greeted the detective. Paint stains adorned her overalls, and weariness clouded her eyes, betraying her sleepless nights. Trembling, she recounted the chilling discovery of the hidden message and the ghostly handprints that defied logic. The tale of the previous owner's abrupt departure under the cloak of night, leaving behind only essential belongings, added a layer of unease to the unfolding narrative. As Detective Klein traversed the historic halls, the aged floorboards whispered beneath her weight, carrying echoes of the past. In the nursery, she beheld the unfinished wall, the cryptic message still lingering beneath the hasty layer of fresh paint. Beside it, 5 small handprints, imprinted at a height that defied reason, spoke of a presence unseen yet palpable. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's archives, unearthing a trail of transient ownership and unsettling incidents. Families had come and gone, haunted by whispers from the walls, phantom watchers in the night. Child welfare reports hinted at a dark undercurrent, a sinister force that preyed on innocence. The threads of the investigation led Detective Klein to Eleanor Blackwood, a figure from the house's past whose shadow loomed large over its present. Once a benefactor to orphaned children, Eleanor's benevolent facade crumbled under scrutiny. The sealed room behind the nursery wall, a chamber of lost innocence, held secrets that time had failed to bury. Former residents shared tales of inexplicable phenomena, rearranged toys, spectral laughter, and enigmatic messages that materialized during moments of rebirth through fresh paint. The handwriting, a spectral echo from the past, bore the weight of unspoken truths, a chilling reminder of lives lost and forgotten. A chilling revelation awaited beneath the basement floor, as ground-penetrating radar unveiled a macabre truth. 5 child-sized shapes, hidden from sight, bore witness to the house's darkest chapter. The excavation unearthed the remains of 5 souls, their small pendants a silent testament to lives cut short by a malevolent hand. In the nursery's dim glow, Luminol unveiled a tapestry of handprints, ghostly imprints that defied erasure, a testament to the children's silent plea for justice. Eleanor's journals, a twisted testament to her monstrous ambitions, laid bare the horrors that had transpired within the walls of the house. As the case reached its conclusion, the victims found solace in a long overdue burial, their names etched in history as martyrs to a forgotten era. The house, tainted by the echoes of the past, stood deserted, a monument to unspeakable deeds. Detective Klein's final report bore witness to the lingering presence that defied mortal explanation, a spectral force that transcended time and form. The nursery walls, witnesses to unspeakable horrors, crumbled under the weight of remediation, yet the whispers persisted, echoing through the void left in their wake. The house, a relic of bygone sins, met its fate in condemnation, a silent testament to the enduring legacy of the past. In the stillness of the night, the luminol handprints glowed, a haunting reminder of the unfathomable depths of human depravity.